Hello, and welcome to another gentle descent into the past. Tonight, we'll open the doors to a world once lost, now rediscovered through quiet storytelling. Perhaps you're lying still beneath the covers, or letting the last hours of the day melt away. Either way, I'm honored to have you here. Let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from. Are we continents apart, or just a few time zones away, both listening as the stars come out? If you enjoy resting to soft-spoken tales and thoughtful history, be sure to subscribe. There's so much more to uncover together. Picture yourself awakening not in your comfortable bed, but on a straw pallet in a cramped chamber shared with a dozen other souls. The air is thick with the scent of unwashed bodies, damp stone, and the lingering smoke from yesterday's fires. Your back aches from the thin mattress. Your hands are already calloused and rough. And before the sun has even kissed the horizon, you must rise and begin your duties as a servant in one of medieval Europe's great castles. For most of us today, the medieval castle conjures images of romance and grandeur. We envision noble knights in shining armor, fair ladies in flowing gowns, and grand feasts in torchlit halls. But this romanticized vision tells only a fraction of the story. Behind every tapestried wall, beneath every soaring tower, and within every shadowed corridor, lived and labored an entire civilization of servants whose lives were bound to these stone fortresses as surely as if they were built into the very mortar. These were not occasional visitors or temporary workers, but permanent residents whose entire existence revolved around serving their noble masters. From the highest-ranking steward who managed the lord's affairs to the lowliest scullery maid scrubbing pots in the kitchen, each servant played a vital role in the complex machinery that kept a medieval castle functioning. Their world was one of rigid hierarchy, back-breaking labour, and unwavering devotion to duty, where a single mistake could mean the difference between a warm meal and a nightlife as a servant in a medieval in the stocks. The life of a castle servant was shaped by the rhythms of an agricultural society and the demands of a warrior castle. Picture, if you will, a world where the first light of dawn brings not the aristocracy. These great stone fortresses were not merely gentle chirping of birds outside your window, but the harsh clanging of a bell-etched homes, but centers of political power, economic hubs, and military strongholds. Theoing through stone corridors. As you settle into this housed, not only the Lord and his immediate quiet moment, I invite you to share family, but also his extended household, visiting dignitaries, knights and their retinues, clergy, craftsmen, and an army of servants numbering anywhere from 50 to several hundred souls, depending on the castle's size and importance in the comments where in the world you. Within these walls, a servant's day began a listening from and what time it is for you right now. Whether you're winding down for the evening or just beginning before sunrise and ended long after sunset. There your day, I'm grateful to have you here on was no concept of weekends or vacation time, no sick leave or retirement plans this journey back through time. If you fen, your life belonged to your master ASD yourself drawn to these explorations of bygone eras. Consider completely as the stones belong to the castle walls, subscribing so you never miss an episode. Now, yet this was not slavery in the classical sense. Make yourself comfortable and let your mind drift back to a time when life moved to medieval servants. While bound by rigid social conventions, the rhythm of bells and the shuffle of countless and legal obligations possessed certain rights and protections under feudal law. They received foo feet hurrying through shadowy halls. Thed, shelter, clothing, and protection in year as 1347, and within the towering walls of Warwick Castle, the exchange for their labour, and many could expect to serve day has already begun for its army of servants. While the same noble family for their entire lives, the lord and lady still slumber in their silk, passing their positions down to their children like draped beds. Dozens of men and women are a grim inheritance. The castle itself was a world unto itself, a microcosm of stirring from their straw pallets, preparing medieval society contained within towering walls of stone, for another day of endless toil in service. Its heart lay the great hall, the beating pulse of castle life, where the lord held court. Conduct to their betters. Margaret, a SCD business, and presided over the elaborate rituals of medieval hospitality. Surrounding this central space sprawled a maze of chambers, each serving a specific function in the complex web of medieval life. Ullery maid of perhaps 16 years, Joel. There were kitchens vast enough to prepare us awake as the kitchen bell sounds its relentless call. Her rough woolen dress, the same one she's worn for 3 days straight, clings damply to her thin frame. There's no time for meals for hundreds. Storerooms filled with grain washing, no moment for prayer. The Anne preserves to last through long sieges, armories housing weapons and armour. Stables for the fires must be lit, the water-drawn Lord's prize destriers, workshops, and the great wheels of the castle's domestic machinery set in motion before the household awakens. As Margaret where craftsmen plied their trades, and countless hurries through the pre-dawn darkness, her other specialised spaces that required constant attention and maintenance. But bare feet knowing every uneven stone by heart, she passes other perhaps nowhere was the servants' world, more clearly servants beginning their own daily rituals. Thomas defined than in the great hall itself, where the rigid hierarchy of medieval society was, the stable boy is already muck displayed in living tableau 3 times a king out the horse's stalls, the day. Here, during the principal pungent smell of manure and hay filling the air. In the great hall, Agnes sweeps yesterday meals. The entire household would gather in rushes from the floor, replacing a carefully orchestrated display of social order that them with fresh ones scattered with herbs to mask the O would have made a choreographer weep with envy. At the high table, elevated on a dais and coverdoors of spilled ale and discarded food. Lifed with fine linen, sat thee as a servant in a medieval castle, was a world unto itself, governed by rigid hierarchy and unforgiving routine. At the bottom of this, carefully Lord and his family, along with honoured guests. Below them, arranged in descending order of importance, sat ordered society, were the scullery maids, like the household officers, knights, squires, and upper servants at tables that grew progressively Margaret, whose days were spent in the sweltering heat of the kitchens, scubbler as they moved farther from the seat of power. As a servant, your place in this hierarchy was a subbing pots with sand and lye, until fixed as the position of the stars. You might spend your entire life within these walls, and never sit at a table higher than the one assigned to your station. The steward, that her hands cracked and bled. Above her were the kitchen servants, then the chambermaids, the pages, the squires, and finally the household most exalted of servants, might dine at a table near the Lord's own, and officials who commanded respect even from minor nobles. Each servant knew their place with absolute certainty. To step outside one's designated role was to invite while the kitchen maids ate their simple fare standing swift punishment. Margaret had learned this lesson harshly just in the scullery, grateful for whatever scraps remained last month when she dared to speak directly after their betters had been fed. The work itself to a visiting knight. The steward's was as varied as it was demanding. In the kit cane across her shoulders served as a reminder Thatchins, armies of cooks, scullions, silence and invisibility were her greatest vert, and servers laboured over massive hearths, preparings. The castle's rhythm was dick meals that could feed a small village. The hated by the needs of its nobled cook, a figure of considerable importance and temperament, ruled over this steamy domain with the authority of the inhabitants, but also by the turning of the seasons and the demands of survival. In summer, when the great general commanding troops. Under his watchful eye, Servants' Hall hosted lavish feasts, hauled water from wells, tended fires that could never be allowed to die. kneaded bread in quantities that would exhaust a modern baker, and prepared the elaborate dishes that graced the Lord's table. Beyond the kitchen lay a world of equally demanding labour. Inn-servants might work 18 hours without rest. The stables, grooms cared for the law, their hands flying, as they prepared elaborate dishes for hundreds of guests. The heat from the enormous horses, with a devotion that bore to hearths, was suffocating, and many a scullery maid had fainted intod on religious fervour. For these animals were not the rushes, only to be dragged back to work moments later. Winter brought different merely transportation, but symbols of power and challenges. The castle's stone walls, magnificent in wealth, worth more than most servants would earn in a lifetime. Their strength offered little warmth to those who served within them. Servants huddled together for warmth. In the Lord's chambers, personal servants in their cramped quarters, sharing threadbare blankets and what little heat their bodies could provide, helped their master dress in the complex layers chilblains and frostbite were common ale of medieval clothing, maintained his weapons and armour, and attended to his every need with the silent efficiency expected of their station. The castle's defments, treated with whatever folk remedies the older servants remembered from their village days. Fuenzas required constant attention from a smalled for the servants, was a far cry from the sumptuous meals they prepared for their masters, army of guards and watchmen who walked the walls, through all weather, ready to sound. A typical day's sustenance might consist of a bowl of thin pottage, made at the alarm at the first sign of danger. From whatever vegetables were past their prime, a hunk of coarse brown bread, and weak in times of peace. Their vigilance might ale that was safer to drink than the seem unnecessary, but in an age when castles well water. Warfare was a nobleman's profession, and enemies. Meat was a rare luxury, usually could appear on the horizon with little warning. Their only appearing when a feast produced sufficient roll was absolutely crucial to the survival of everyone leftovers or when an animal within the castle walls. Women's servants' face died of natural causes. Margaret their own unique challenges and opportunities within the castle hierarchy. Many served as ladies' maids to the Lord's wife and daughters, helping them navigate the complex rituals of medieval feminine life. They often dreamed of the feasts she helped assisted, with the elaborate process of dressing to prepare, but would never taste, which could take hours when formal court attire was required. Maintain roasted peacocks, with their feathers carefully replaced. Elaborate sugar sculptures called subtleties, and delicate wines imported the precious fabrics and jewellery that marked noble status and served Aesd from distant lands. She had learned to find satisfaction in the brief moments when she could lick a wooden spoon clean or savour the confidants and companions to women who often lived isolate aroma of exotic spices as she ground them for her betters' pleasure. The hierarchy among servants was ASD lives within the castle's protective embrace, other rigid as that between noble and commoner. The women worked in the castle's domestic operations, spinning castle's marshal, responsible for the household's military, and weaving the textiles that clothed the household, tending to the sick and injured. Managing aspects commanded respect from all. Below him, the steward managed the domestic affairs, controlling the purse strings and determining who ate what and when. The complex process of food preservation that kept the castle fed through long winters, and maintaining the cleanliness and order that made civilized life possible within these stone walls. Elaine oversaw the Lord's private apartments, in an age before modern conveniences, every comfort position of enormous trust and privilege. These senior had to be created and maintained through human labour, and much of that labour fell to women whose work, while essential, was often invisible to the chronicles, and records that have servants often came from minor noble families themselves preserved the castle's history. The rhythm of younger sons with little inheritance who found purpose and modest prosperity in service. They lived in private servants' life was dictated not only by the needs chambers, ate better food, and wore fine woolen clothing that marked their elevated status. For them, service was a career with prospects for advancement and respect. For those like Margaret, however, of their masters, but by the turning of the seasons, Anne, service was often a trap from which escape seemed impossible. Born into serfdom, she had been sent the demands of the agricultural calendar that sustained medieval society. Spring to the castle at age 12, when her village could brought the urgent work of planting, and the arrival no longer support all its children. Her parents of fresh foods after the privations of winter. Summer received a small payment for her service. Money meant long days of labour in the castle's gardens and fields, as well as the constant work of preserve that helped feed her younger siblings, but left her bound to the castle for years to come. The working food for the months ahead. Autumn itself was backbreaking and relentless. Margaret the busiest time of all, as the harvester's day began before dawn with the lighting of fires throughout the castle. She hauled water from the well, her shoulders aching under the weight of wooden buckets. In the kitchen, she scoured to be gathered and stored, animals slaughtered and preserved, and preparations made for the long winter months when the castle might be cut off from the outside, whirled enormous cauldrons with sand and ash for weeks at a time. Winter brought its own challenges and rhythms. The great hall became her knuckles raw from the abrasive mixture centre of life, as cold made the outer. She turned spits over roaring fires, the chambers nearly uninhabitable. Servants worked by heat, singeing her eyebrows and leaving her face permanently flushed. Between firelight and candlelight, their breath visible in the frig meals, there were floors to scrub, chamber-side air as they went about their duties. Food to clean and linens to wash became monotonous and scarce as the preserved stores slowly dwindled, and everyone in the castle's laundry. The from lord to scullery-maid county soap was made from ash and animal fat, harsh enough to strip-skin the days until spring would bring fresh as well as stains. Margaret's supplies and renewed hope. But it hands, once soft from her childhood would be wrong to paint the servant in the countryside, had become rough and Callow's life as one of unrelieved misery and drudgery. Within the rigidest, marked by countless small burns constraints of their social position, castle servants developed their own communities, relationships, and sources of satisfaction. The castle was, after all, there, and cuts that never quite healed. The castle's laundry was a world of its own, filled with steam and the sharp smell of lye. Here, women work home, and many developed a fierce loyalty knotty over enormous vats of boiling water, stirring linens with long wooden paddles. Only to their masters, but to the great pile of stone that sheltered them. They took pride in their skills. The work was dangerous, with scalding water and caustic soap posing constant threats. Whether it was the ability to prepare a perfect sauce. Many laundresses bore scars from there, maintain a destrious coat to mirror labours, and more than one had been permanently like perfection, or keep accurate accounts disabled by accidents with the great copper cauldrons. Yet of the castle's complex finances. Religious even in this harsh environment, Margaret found moments of compline festivals and holy days provided breaks in the routine of ironship and even joy. The other servants formed a tight-knit community-bound labour, times when even servants could participate in celebrations together by shared hardship and mutual dependence, inn and feast days. The Christmas season, in particular, saw the brief moments between tasks. They shared gossip, sang work songs, and looked out for one another. A temporary relaxation of the strict social. When young Timothy, a new stable boy, fell hierarchy, with traditions like the Feast of Fools, allowing servants to mock their betters in ill with fever. The kitchen maids took turns caring for him, sharing their meagre food relatively safety, and the Lord's table extending and what little medicine they could obtain. Romance hospitality to the entire household. Marriage bloomed even in these austere surroundings. Margaret had caught the eye of Robert, and family life were possible for castle servants, though always a carpenter's apprentice who worked on subject to their master's approval and the demands the castle's endless repairs. Their courtship consisted of stolen glances across the great hall and of their duties. Children born to servant whispered conversations in dark corridors. If families often grew up within the castle walls, playing in the same courtyards where their parents worked, and they were fortunate enough to marry, they would be granted a small chamber of their own and perhaps permission to raise a family within the castle walls, gradually being inducted into the same life of service that had claimed their ancestors. 4. The servants' quarters were a maze of tiny rooms and shared spaces carved out of the castles lower them. The castle was not a workplace, but simply levels. Here, away from the grand chambers above the world, as natural and unchanging as the sky, a different world existed. Servants gathered in the above. The economic relationship between servant evenings to mend clothes by candlelight, share stories and master was complex and went far beyond simple wages. Most servants received their compensation in the form of food of their village homes and find what comfort they could in each shelter, clothing and protection, rather than coin others' company. The lucky few who could read might share tales from the scriptures or romantic ballads copied from the chaplain's books. They might receive new garments twice a year, meals from the Lord's kitchen, a place to sleep within the castle's protected walls, and the promise of care. Sleep came on straw mattresses, that in sickness and old age. For many, this represented a security that free peasants working there were replaced only when they became too verminous to bear. Privacy was a luxury unknown to most servants, who shared chambers with 3 or 4 others. Personal own land could never achieve, even if it came at the cost of personal freedom, and autonomous possessions were few and precious, often consisting of littly. Some servants could aspire to advancement more than a spare shift, a wooden comb, and perhaps a small religious within the household hierarchy. A capable kitchen boy might eventually charm for protection. The castle's religious become a cook. A diligent groom might rise to become life provided both comfort and additional burden to master of horse, and an educated servant might fine its servants. Daily prayers were mandatory, adding to an already overwhelming schedule. Thed himself managing his lord's correspondence and finances. Such chaplain expected the same devotion from scullery maids as from noble advancement was rare and hard won, requiring not ladies, though he was often less only skill and dedication, but also the political acumen to navigate the complex web of relationships, patient with servants who dozed during that governed castle life. The knowledge and skills require lengthy sermons after 18-hour work days. Holy days brought mixed blessings. While they to keep a medieval castle functioning were vast and specialized, servants needed to understand everything from the proper way to offered respite from some labours. They also demand serve wine at a formal banquet to the complex special preparations. Easter and Christmas meant elaborate feasts that required days' protocols of medieval hospitality that could mean the difference between political alliance and deadly insult. They had to master of preparation. Servants worked even longer practical skills like food preservation, textile care, animal husbandry, and basic hours to ensure that their master's celebrations medicine, as well as the social graces that allowed them, proceeded flawlessly, all while maintaining their to move invisibly through the Lord's presence own religious observances on whatever sleep they could steal without giving offence. Perhaps most importantly, the threat of punishment had to understand their place in the elaborate dance constantly over every servant's head. Minor infractions might result in of medieval hierarchy, knowing exactly how to behave toward reduced food rations or extra duties. More serious offences could lead to physical punishment, or dismissed everyone from the Lord's visiting peers to the lowlier style without reference, effectively condemning the stable boy. A misplaced word, an inappropriate gesture, or a failure to show proper deference could result in punishment ranging from reduced rations to physical correction, to dismissal from the castle offender, to beggary or worse. Margaret had witnessed the public flogging of a chamber entirely. As night falls and the castle settles, maid caught stealing a small piece of bread, the woman's cries echoing through the courtyard as a warning to all. Yet into the quieter rhythms of evening, we the castle also offered protections that village life could not. Within can imagine our servant finally finding a moment's these walls. Servants were sheltered from ban rest after another day of endless labour. Tomorrow, dits, wars, and the worst effects of F will bring the same demands, the same rigid hierarchy, the same careful balance between duty and survival that I mean. When crop failures devastated the surrounding countryside, the castle's stores often meant to find every aspect of life within these ancient walls, the difference between life and death for its. Yet, in that brief moment of still inhabitants, the Lord's protection, howeverness, surrounded by the massive stones that have grudgingly given, was real and valuable in a world where violence sheltered countless generations of servants before them, and chaos lurked just beyond the gates. Education was virtually non-existent for. They are part of something larger than themselves, most servants, though some lucky few might learn, a tradition of service and devotion that helped build the very foundations of our modern world. Letters from a sympathetic chaplain or steward. Margaret had managed to learn her numbers, a skill that had earned her occasional duties, helping to count supplies in the storerooms. This small advancement filled her with pride and hope that perhaps her position might improve over time. The changing seasons brought different challenges and small pleasures to castle life. Spring meant fresh herbs for the kitchen gardens and the return of fresh meat as animals emerged from winter's grip. Summer brought longer days, but also sweltering heat in the kitchens that made every task an ordeal. Autumn was a time of frantic preparation, with endless preserving, smoking, and storing of food for the long winter ahead. Disease was a constant companion in the close quarters of castle life. When illness struck, it spread quickly through the servants' quarters. Margaret had lost several friends to fever and flux, their bodies carried out quietly to avoid alarming the nobles above. The castle's physician rarely bothered with servants, leaving them to rely on folk remedies and the ministrations of older women who remembered healing herbs from their village days. The arrival of guests brought both excitement and exhaustion to the castle's servants. Noble visitors meant elaborate preparations, special meals, and entertainment that could last for days. Every servant worked at the peak of their ability, knowing that their master's reputation depended on the impression they made. For Margaret, these occasions offered glimpses of the wider world through the conversations she overheard and the exotic food she helped prepare. As our exploration of medieval castle life draws to a close for now, we see that Margaret's world was one of endless labour, strict hierarchy, and constant vigilance. Yet it was also a world where human bonds formed in the most unlikely circumstances, where small kindnesses took on enormous significance, and where the daily struggle for survival was shared by a community bound together by necessity and mutual understanding. The bells that had awakened Margaret before dawn would soon signal the end of another day. As she settled onto her straw mattress, her body aching from 16 hours of labour, she might allow herself a moment to dream of a different life. Perhaps marriage to Robert would bring small improvements to her circumstances. Perhaps the steward would notice her diligence and grant her a promotion. Or perhaps she would simply endure, as countless generations of servants had before her, finding dignity in honest labour and strength, in the bonds forged with her fellow servants. In the flickering candlelight of the servants' quarters, as exhausted men and women settled into sleep, the great wheel of castle, looking at your script summary, and the reference life prepared to turn once more. Tomorrow would bring the same bells, the same endless tasks, and the same small moments of human connection that materials, I'll continue the medieval castle servant, made even the harshest existence bearable. Narrative with engaging, historically grounded content. Here's part, as you drift towards sleep yourself too. Yet the mornings perhaps you can hear the echo of those duties were only the beginning of what would prove ancient bells, calling across the centuries to remind to be an endless cycle of labour that defined us of the countless unnamed souls who built and maintained the world we've inherited. Their stories, though rarely recorded in the grand histories, are nod a servant's existence. As the castle stirred to full wakefulness, the demands multiplied like ripples across a pond, each task spawning two more in its wake. In the great kitchens, where smoke hung thick as London fog, and the heat could wilt a man where he stood, the real theatre of castle life unfolded. Here, less important for their obscurity, in their struggles and small triumphs, we find reflections of our own humanity and reminders of how far we've travelled from those cold stone corridors where Margaret and her companions once walked. Sleep amid the chaos of preparation for the midday meal. Servants move well and know that their legacy lives on in every act of service, every moment of kindness betweened with practiced precision, born of necessity rather than choice. Strangers, and every community that finds strength in shared purpose, the head cook, a mountain of a man whose, and mutual care, temperament matched the fierce flames of his domain, wielded his wooden spoon like a marshal's baton, orchestrating a symphony of chopping, stirring and seasoning that would feed upwards of 200 souls before the sun reached its zenith. Young scullery maids, their hands already raw from the morning's dishwashing, now faced the daunting task of preparing vegetables for the massive cauldrons that bubbled like witches' brews over the great hearths. Turnips, onions and leeks, the humble trinity of medieval sustenance, required endless peeling, chopping and sorting. The work was mind-numbing in its repetition, yet demanding in its urgency. A moment's inattention could result in a burnt finger or worse, a beating from an overseer, whose patience grew thinner as the dinner hour approached. The preparation of meat presented its own peculiar challenges and horrors. In an age without refrigeration, the line between fresh and spoiled was often blurred beyond recognition. Servants learned to rely on their noses, their eyes, and sometimes their courage to determine whether a joint of beef or leg of mutton was fit for the Lord's table, or better suited for the servant's pot. The smell of slightly turned meat was a constant companion in the kitchen, masked by liberal applications of precious spices for the nobility's meals, while servants made do with whatever herbs they could forage from the castle grounds. The castle's bakery operated in its own realm of controlled chaos. Here, the bakers began their work before even the earliest servants stirred, kneading enormous batches of dough by candlelight. The oeuvre bassines, massive stone structures that could accommodated on the reference videos and your script summary dozens of loaves at once, require, here's part 2, deconstant feeding with carefully selected wood. Of life as a servant. Too green, and the bread would taste of smoke in a medieval castle. But the kitchen was only one corner of Margaret's world. As the first, too dry and the fire would burn too hot, creating charred exteriors and raw centres. The baker's assistants spent pale light of dawn crept through the narrow their days in a perpetual dance with windows of Warwick Castle. She were these temperamental beasts, learning to read already be making her way through, stoned the subtle signs of temperature and timing that meant corridors that had witnessed centuries of human toil. The castle was the difference between success and disaster. For the lowest servants, even the simple act of carrying water a small city unto itself, housing not just the lord and his family but hundreds of servants, became an ordeal that tested both physical endurance and mental fort, each with their own carefully definitude. The castle's wells, often located in the deeped role in the great machine of medieval life. The hierarchy among servants' parts of the keep for defensive purposes, required countless, was as rigid as the stones themselves. At the top stood the steward, the trips up winding stone stairs that seemed designed to break Lord's right hand in all domestic both spirit and back. A single bucket of water weighed perhaps 40 pounds when full and matters. Below him, the marshal controlled the stables and horses, while the chamberlain managed the Lord's personal quarters. The great households required hundreds of gallons daily for. These were positions of real authority, men cooking, cleaning, and the modest washing, who had earned their way up through years that passed for hygiene in those times. The young of faithful service. They dined at their own table, wore better clothes, and command water carriers developed a peculiar gait, learned respect from the lower servants. Margaret knew through painful experience that allowed them to navigate the treacherous stairs without spilling their precious cargo. Her place in this order. As a scullery maid, she ranked whetstone steps were not merely inconvenient, they were dangerous, and more than one servant met among the lowest, just above the spitboys who turned the great roasts over the fire, and their end in a tumbling fall down the castle, the grooms who mucked out the stables as vertical arteries. The successful ones learned to move with a kind of flowing. Yet even within her lowly station, there were gradations of status. The head cook, Master Grace, their bodies swaying in rhythm with the William, was a figure of considerable importance, responsible sloshing water, their feet finding purchase on stones, worn smooth by generations of their predecessors, but for feeding sometimes 200 souls each day. His word in the kitchen was law, and his favour, perhaps no task illustrated the servant's precarious position more clearly could mean the difference between a crust of bread and than the maintenance of the castle's fire's proper meal. The castle's daily rhythm was dictated by the ringing of bells. Prime at dawn called the servants to their first prayers and duties. Terce marked the morning. In a world where flame meant the difference between comfort's full beginning, when the great hall woe and misery, between cooked food and raw sustenance, between light and the terrible darkness that swallowed medieval nights, the responsibility for keeping fires burning was both honour and burden. The fire'd fill with the bustle of preparation for keepers worked in shifts throughout the night, feeding the day's first meal. The dinner bell at carefully rationed wood to the great midday brought a blessed pause, though for kitchen hearths in the hall, the smaller fires in the law servants like Margaret, it meant the frantic rush oft's chambers and the always hungry ovens in the kitchen. The skill serving while their own stomachs remained empty, required was considerable. Too much wood and precious. Only after the nobles had been fed could the servants' fuel was wasted. Too little, and the fire hope for their own simple fare. Winter was the cruelest season for those who served within these died, potentially leaving the castle's inhabitants to face a cold dawn. The fireck walls, the castle's great hearths might warm the lord's chambers and the main hall, but the servants' eepers, learned to read the subtle language of flame quarters, remained bitterly cold. Margaret and Ember, understanding how different woods burn, would wake to find frost on her thin blanket, her breath visible in the air of the small chamber she shared with 3 other maids. The stone floors were like ice beneath her bare feet, and the narrow windows offered little protection against the howling winds that swept across, how weather affected the draw of chimneys, and how to coax the maximum the countryside. Food, always scarce for heat, from the minimum fuel. They became intimate servants, became even more precious during the long with the moods of fire, knowing when to stoke aggressively and when to let the flames settle into a steady, economical burn. The social winter months. The castle's stores had dynamics among the servants themselves, created yet another layer of complexity in castle life. The hierarchy below stairs was every bit as rigid and carefully observed as that above. The head cook ruled his domain with absolute authority, followed by his to last until spring, and servants received senior assistants, then the regular kitchen staff, and finally they'd the smallest portions. A typical meal might consist of a bowl lowly scullery workers who occupy of thin pottage made from whatever grains could be spared. At the bottom rung of even the servant's hunk of coarse brown bread, and if ladder. This pecking order determined not only they were fortunate, a small piece of cheese, or who gave orders and who received them, but a cup of weak ale. Meat was a luxury reserve also, who ate what, where they slept, and how they were treated for feast days, or when the Lord's table had particularly generous leftovers. Yet, by the castle's officers. Competition for advancement was fierce and often cutthroat, and Margaret had learned to find small comforts where kitchen maid might spend years hoping to catch she could. The warmth of the kitchen fires the eye of the head cook, demonstrating her reliability and skill in the hope of being promoted during her long hours of work, the camaraderie shared with fellow servants during to assistant cook. Such advancement meant not only better working conditions and slightly improved food, but also the precious commodity of respect from one's fellow servants, brief moments of rest, the satisfaction of completing a task well enough to avoid. The successful ones learn to navigate the treacherous waters of punishment. She had formed a particular friendship with Emma, an older woman who worked in the laundry, washing the endless castle politics, understanding that a carelessly spoken word or piles of linens that a great castle required. Emma had been at a moment's insubordination could result in demotion or dismissal. The Castle Warwick for nearly 20 years, and her Weathers chambers presented their own unique challenges for the servants' assigned hands, told the story of countless hours spent scrubbing and wringing in coal to their care, the personal servants of the Lord and Water. The laundry was perhaps the lady lived in a world of constant scrutiny, where every action, the most back-breaking work in the entire, was observed and judged. They learned to move castle. Servants like Emma would rise like shadows, present when needed, but invisible when not, developing before dawn to begin heating great cauldrons of water over an almost supernatural ability to anticipate their master's needs open fires. The washing was done with before they were spoken. The ladies' chamber, harsh lye soap that cracked and bloodied their hands, and the wet linens had to be wrung out by hand regardless of weather. In winter, hanging the wash to dry was an exercise in misery, as servants' aides mastered the intricate rituals of medieval dress, understanding the complex layers of undergarments, the proper way to arrange veils and headdresses, and the delicate art of maintaining the elaborate costumes that served struggled with frozen sheets and clothing, in the bittered as both clothing and status symbols. These winds. Disease was an ever-present threat in the close quarters of castle life. Personal servants often found themselves caught between worlds, pride packed together in small chambers, sharing beds and breathing, to the intimate details of their masters' lives the same stale air. When illness struck, its spree yet forever barred from true participation in that elevated sphere, they heard quickly through their ranks. Margaret had seen the whispered conversations about politics and strong young men reduced to shadows by fever, and had witnessed the private moments of vulnerability herself suffered through bouts of dysentery that left her weak and hollow-eyed. The castle's physician and strength, yet they were expected to maintain absolute discretion while having attended only to the noble family. Servants no real stake in the outcomes of the relied on folk remedies and prayer. And dramas they observed so closely, many simply worked until they could work no more. The male servants who attended the Lord faced their own particular challenges. Castle's defence required constant vigilance, and servants played their part in this eternal watchfulness. When the horns sounded an alarm, every person within the walls had their assigned role. They served as valets, helping with the complex process of donning armour, maintaining weapons, and managing. Margaret and the other kitchen maids would help the countless details of a nobleman's daily routine. During times of war or preparation for war, these servants found move precious supplies to the innermost chambers, while men themselves working alongside armourers and weaponsmiths, learning the at-arms took their positions on the walls. Even in peacetime, the possibility intricate arts of maintaining the tools of medieval of attack shaped daily life. Servants learned to move quickly and quietly, to conserve resources, and warfare, a poorly maintained sword or a piece of armor with a hidden flaw, could mean their master's death in battle, making their seemingly mundane duties matters of life and death. To ask no questions when orders came down. The stables represented another world entirely within from above. Education was largely forbidden the castle's walls. Here, the horse to those of Margaret's station. The ability servants worked in close partnership with animals to read and write was reserved for the clergy, whose value often exceeded that of several and nobility, tools too powerful to be entrusted to common servants. Margaret Human lives. A good dest could recognize some letters from the religious Uriah, trained for war, might cost more instruction all servants received, but the written word remained largely mysterious to her, knowledge than a servant could earn in a lifetime of labor. The stable hands learned to read. The mow was passed down through oral tradition, through odds and needs of these magnificent but temper the songs and stories, shared during rare moments of leisure, are mental beasts, understanding that a moment's carelessness could result in a kick, through the practical wisdom of those who had survived long enough to teach others. Religion permeated every aspect of castle that might cripple or kill. Life, but for servants, it often felt. They developed an almost mystical connection with their charges, more like burden than comfort. They were require, able to sense illness or injury before it became apparent to others, and skilled in the countless small rituals of grooming, feeding, and to attend daily prayers, to fast during prescribed times, and to give what little they had to support the churched exercise that kept the castle's horses in peak condition. The seasonal rhythms of castle life. Yet faith also provided the only created their own patterns of intensity and relief for the servant population. Harvest time brought a frenzy of activity as hope many servants possessed, the promise the year's crops were brought in, process that their suffering in this life would be rewarded in and stored. Every available hand was pressed into service, from the youngest scullery maid to the most senior the next. Margaret clung to the stories of saints who had risen from humble origins, household officers. The great halls were transformed, though such tales seemed as distant as the stars, into workshops where grain was threshed, fruits were preserved, and meat was salted, or the nobles who ruled over this world smoked for the long winter months ahead. These said might as well have been creatures from another realm, were times of both exhaustion and relative plenty entirely. Margaret occasionally glimpsed as servants were allowed to eat their fill of the Lord's family as they passed through the halls, resplendent in their fine clothes, and attended by fresh harvest before the lean months of winter set in. Their personal servants. Their lives of leisure and winter itself brought a different kind of hard luxury stood in stark contrast to the endless hardship. The cold that seeped through stone toil that supported them. A walls was a constant enemy, and servants found themselves working ever harder to maintain some semblance of warmth. Single feast in the great hall might consume and comfort. Fuel became precious, and the servants' resources that could have fed all the castle servants for a week. Yet such extravagance responsible for gathering wood faced increasingly difficult for was simply the natural order of things. Aging expeditions as nearby forests were stripped of easily. As Margaret scrubbed another pot in the dim light of a winter evening, her accessible deadfall, the shorter days meant hands raw from the cold water and harsh soap. She carried within her the accumulate working more often by candlelight or rushlight, starred wisdom of countless generations who had lived and died in service to others. Her story was written not in books or chronicles, but in the warning eyes and increasing the ever-present risk of fire. Spring brought renewal, but also its own challenges. The castle's food stores, carefully hoarded through the winter, often ran dangerously low before stones of the castle floor, in the smoke-blackened walls of the kitchen. In the first, new crops became available. This, the very fabric of a world, built upon the labour of the forgotten and the unnamed. The bells were hunger gap, tested everyone's endurance, and servants found themselves competing with their masters for increasingly scarce resources. It was during these said ring again tomorrow, calling her back to her duties, back lean times that the rigid social hierarchy sometimes to a life measured not in years, but in the endless repetition of tasks that kept the great wheel of medieval society turning. And she would answer showed signs of strain, as empty bellies made that call, as servants had for centuries before normally docile servants occasionally bold enough to voice her, carrying forward the quiet dignity of those who serve complaints or even small acts of rebellion. The who endure and who make religious calendar that governed medieval life created its own rhythm, possible the grand pageant of history, through of feast and famine for the servant class, during their humble, essential labour. Lent, when the church demanded abstinence from meat, servants found their already limited diet further restricted. The irony was not lost on them that those who could least afford to give up protein were often the most strictly held to religious dietary restrictions, while their masters found creative ways to interpret the rules in their favour. Yet the great religious festivals also provided some of the few opportunities for servants to experience something approaching joy and celebration. Christmas, Easter, and other major feast days brought special foods, temporary relaxation of work schedules, and sometimes even small gifts or bonuses from grateful masters. These brief interludes of relative happiness served as crucial pressure valves, allowing servants to endure the hardships of their daily lives by providing something to anticipate and remember. The health challenges faced by castle servants were both constant and largely unaddressed. The physical demands of their work took a devastating toll on their bodies. Backs bent permanently from carrying heavy loads, hands gnarled from endless washing and scrubbing, lungs damaged from breathing smoke and dust. These were the inevitable marks of a servant's life. Injuries were common and often poorly treated. A cut from a kitchen knife might fester and lead to blood poisoning. A fall down stone stairs could result in broken bones that never healed properly. The castle's isolation during winter months or times of siege created additional health hazards. Scurvy from lack of fresh vegetables, respiratory illnesses from close living quarters and poor ventilation, and the ever-present threat of epidemic diseases that could sweep through the servant population with devastating speed. The servants had little access to medical care beyond folk remedies and the occasional ministrations of travelling monks or the castle's chaplain, whose medical knowledge was often more theoretical than practical. Despite these overwhelming challenges, or perhaps because of them, castle servants developed a remarkable resilience and ingenuity. They created their own support networks, sharing knowledge about everything from the best ways to treat common ailments to strategies for avoiding the worst assignments. Experienced servants took here newcomers under their wings, teaching them the countless as part 3 of the small skills and pieces of knowledge that could mean the difference between success and failure, or 12-part script for even between life and death. They developed their own forms of entertainment and social interaction within the constraints of their circumstances. Storytelling around life as a servant in the kitchen fires after the day's work was done became an art form, with servants sharing tales that ranged from local gossip to ancient legends. These moments of community provide a medieval castle. The Great Hall had fallen silent except for the occasional CRD psychological sustenance that was every bit as important as their rackle of dying embers in the massive stone fireplace. Margaret meagre physical rations. The relationship between servants and their masters was complex, and Vary's shoulders ached from the endless scrubbing, but Herd greatly depending on the personalities involved and the specific work was far from finished. As circumstances of each household, some lords and the lowest-ranking servant in the castle hierarchy, she would be among the last to find ladies, took a genuine interest in the welfare of their servants, understanding that well-treated staffed her straw pallet in the cramped servants were more loyal and effective. They might provide extra food during lean times, ensure that quarters beneath the kitchen. The stone-sick servants received care, or even remember faithful retainers in their wills. More commonly, however, the relationship walls seemed to press in around her as she made her way through the narrow corridors. Carrying the weight of another was purely transactional. Servants' grueling day. Winter was the cruelest season for those who served. The castles thick were valued only for their productivity and replaced without walls, designed to withstand sieges. Sentiment, when they became too old or infirm to perform, offered little comfort to the servants who scurried through its bowels like mice. Margaret's breathed their duties effectively. The threat of dismissal hung constantly over their heads, particularly for those servants formed small clouds in the frigid air as she descended the worn stone steps to the lower levels. Who lacked specialized skills or family connections within the castle community? Here, where the servants lived, the cold seeped through every crack and crevice. The most tragic cases were those servants. The dampness clung to everything, making bee-hoo through age, injury, or illness, founding perpetually moist and filling the air with the moose themselves unable to work, but with nowhere to smell of mold and unwashed bodies. Food was scarce during these lean months. The Lord's table still groaned under the weight of roasted meats and fine breads, but the servants else to go. Castle life was the only existence they had ever known, and the outside world held no opportunities for elderly or disabled former servants. Some castles maintained that portions grew smaller with each passing day. Margaret's daily ration consisted of a thin form of informal charity for such cases, allowing old retainers to remain in exchange porridge, a crust of brown for whatever small services they could still provide. Bread so hard it could chip teeth, and if she was fortunate, a small piece of sal others simply turned them out to face anted pork that had been preserved uncertain and usually short future as beggars. Yet, since the autumn slaughter, water was often contaminated, forcing the servants to drink weak even in this harsh environment, moments of genuine human connection flour ale that did little to warm their perpetually chilled bones. Diseased. Romances developed between servants, though they were often complicated by the practical stalked the castle corridors like an invisible predator. In the overcrowded servants' quarters, illness spread with terrifying speed. Margaret had watched 3 of her fellow servants succumb to fever, just this realities of their circumstances. Marriage required the permission of their masters, and was winter alone. Their bodies were only possible if both parties could continue removed in the dead of night, wrapped in rough cloth and buried in unmar to fulfill their duties. Children bonked graves beyond the castle walls, that as servant families faced the likelihood of following in their parents' footsteps. But parents still nurtured hopes that their offspring might find slightly survivors learn to sleep with one eye open, not just for fear of the rats that ess better positions or even, in rarefied across their faces in the darkness, but for the telltale signs of S cases, escape the servant class entirely. The skills that servants developed in the course of their duty, sickness in their companions. The hierarchy among servants was as rigid as that between, were often remarkable, and would be highly valued lord and peasant. At the top stood the steward, a man of considerable importance who managed the lord's household in any era. The castle seemed with an iron fist. Belowstresses created garments of extraordinary beauty and complexity, using only him with a marshal, who oversaw the stables and military aspects, the most basic tools. The cooks learned to create elaborate meals of the castle, and the chamber hundreds of people using wood-fire Erlin, responsible for the Lord's privated ovens and open hearths, quarters. These men wielded power over developing an intuitive understanding of timing and temperature that would impress modern chefs. The craft life and death within the castle's men, who maintained the castle's physical walls, their word carrying the weight structure developed engineering and construction skills that enable of law for those beneath them. Margaret occupied the lowest rung of this ladder. As a scullery maid, she was considered barely above the dogs that roamed the castle seeking scraps. Above her were the kitchen maids who prepared the food, the serving girls who carried them to work with massive stone blocks and complex mechanical systems. These skills were passed down through generations of servants, creating informal but sophisticated training systems that ensured the continuity of castle operations. A master carpenter would take on apprentices, teaching them not only the technical aspects of their craft, but also the specific requirements of castle construction and maintenance. Kitchen staff learned knot platters to the Great Hall, and the chambermaids who tended to the private quarters of the noble family, each only how to cook, but how to manage complex logistics, coordinate large teams, and maintain food group guarded their status jealously, viewing those below them with the same safety under challenging conditions. The seasonal migrations of the nobility created additional challenges and opportunities for castle disdain that the nobles showed toward all servants. The castle cook, master servants. When the Lord and his Robert ruled the kitchen domain with a wooden spoon that doubled as a weapon. His household travelled to other properties or went on face, perpetually red from the heat of pilgrimage or to war. A core group of servants accompany the great ovens, would contort with rage at them, while others remained to maintain the castle in their absence. Those the slightest mistake. Margaret had felt the sting of his discipline more times than she could count, who travelled, faced the hardships of medieval journeys, bad roads, uncertain accommodations, and the constant risk of bandits or other dangers, her arms bearing the bruises of his displeasure. The kitchen was his kingdom, and he tolerated no challenge. But they also experienced a variety of places and people that their stay-at-home colleagues to his authority. Even the slightest delay in cleaning a pot or the smallest error in carrying never encountered. Those left behind faced their own challenges. Out his commands could result in a reduced meal, or, worse, a night spent sleeping in the colds, and, with reduced supervision, they had morables. Yet within this harsh world, unexpected freedom, but also greater responsibility for maintaining the castle's operations, with bonds formed among the servants. In the brief, a skeleton crew. These periods tested their initiative and problem-solving abilities. As they had to address moments between duties, they would share whispered conversations about their lives before the castle. Margaret learned that Sarah unexpected issues without the guidance of their usual, one of the kitchen maids, had been supervisors. The return of the household, sold into service by her own father Todd, brought its own flurry of activity as pay a debt. Thomas, whose servants worked to restore the castle to full tended the fires, had flea operational status, prepare for the increased his village after a failed harvest, left his demands of a larger population, and catch up on maintenance tasks that had been family destitute. These stories, shared in hushed tones by candlelight, create furred during the reduced staff period. As night finally fell over the castle and the last of the day's endless, a web of understanding that helped them in tasks were completed, the servants retradure their hardships. Education was sated to their own quarters, often simple, a luxury beyond the reach of most servants. Margaret pallets in shared rooms could neither read nor write, skills reserved for the nobility and the clergy. The world beyond the castle walls remained a mystery to her, known only through the fragmented tales of travelling merchants and the occasional messenger who brought news from distant lands. She had never seen the ocean sometimes, just spaces on the floor near the kitchens, where the Ling never walked through a great city, never experienced the freedom-ing heat from the day's cooking, provided some warmth against the chill of stone walls. Here, in these final of choosing her own path, her world was confined moments before exhausted sleep claimed them. They found whatever peace and rest their circumstances allowed to these stone walls, her future predetermined by the circumstances. Tomorrow would bring the same cycle of demands of her birth. The noble family lived in a realm, the same challenges, the same small victories and defeats that defined their existence, but for of unimaginable luxury compared to their servants. While Margaret shivered on now, surrounded by their fellow servants who her straw mattress, Lady Eleanor S.L., shared their hardships and understood their struggles without need for words, they could finept on a bed adorned with silk, courted a moment's respite from the relentings and filled with down feathers. The contrast was not lost on the servants, who courtless demands of castle life. In the darkness, listening to the familiar sounds of the castle, settling glimpses of this other world when they cleaned the private for the night, the distant footsteps of the night watch, the crackle of dying chambers, or served at formal dinners. They saw fires, the whispered conversations of their companions. They prepared to face another day in the fine tapestries that adorned the walls, the silver plates that gleamed in the candlelight, and the elaborate gowns that cost more than a servant would earn in a lifetime. Physical lives that were hard beyond modern comprehension, yet filled with their own forms of dignity, community, and quiet heroism. Their hardship was a constant companion. Margaret's Hand's story is one of endurance and adaptation, of were cracked and bleeding from the harsh soap use, finding humanity in the most challenging circumstances, and of building community in the face of hard-to-clean the castle's endless supply of dishes chip, though their names are and cookware. Her back ached from being largely lost to history, and their individual struggles forgotten. Their collective legacy lives on in the magnificent, ending over wash basins and scrubbing floors on castles they maintained, and the complex her hands and knees. Her feet, social systems they made possible through their Umnod in rough leather shoes that ceasing labour and unwavering dedication offered little protection, were perpetually cold and often wet from the damp stone. Floors. Sleep was a precious commodity, often interrupted by the demands of early morning duties or late night emergencies. The castle's religious obligations extended to all who lived within its walls. Every morning, servants were expected to attend Mass in the castle's chapel, regardless of how little sleep they had managed or how pressing their duties might be. Father Benedict, the castle's chaplain, delivered sermons that emphasized obedience, humility, and acceptance of one's station in life. For the servants, these messages served as both comfort and burden, offering the promise of heavenly reward while reinforcing their earthly subjugation. Despite the hardships, there were moments of unexpected joy. During harvest festivals, even the servants were allowed to participate in the celebrations, though always mindful of their place. Margaret treasured these rare occasions when the rigid hierarchy relaxed slightly, allowing for dancing, storytelling, and the sharing of better food. These brief respites reminded her that life could hold beauty even in the darkest circumstances. The changing seasons brought different challenges and small mercies. Spring offered the hope of fresh vegetables from the castle gardens, though the servants received only the scraps and wilted leaves. Summer brought longer days, but also increased demands as the Lord entertained guests and hosted elaborate feasts. Autumn was a time of frantic preparation for winter, with every available hand working to preserve food and gather fuel for the long, cold months ahead. As Margaret finally reached her sleeping quarters, she reflected on the strange mixture of despair and resilience that defined her existence. Tomorrow would bring another day of backbreaking labour, another day of navigating the complex social hierarchy that governed every aspect of her life. Yet she endured as countless others had before her and would after her. In her quiet moments, she allowed herself to dream of a different life, though she knew such dreams were as insubstantial as the morning mist that rose from the castle's moat. The servants who inhabited these stone walls were the invisible foundation upon which the entire feudal system rested. Their labour made possible the grand feasts, the elaborate ceremonies, and the comfortable lives of their betters. They were the hands that built and maintained the very structures that confined them, the voices that went unheard in the chronicles of history. Yet in their perseverance, in their small acts of kindness toward one another, and in their stubborn refusal to surrender their humanity despite the dehumanizing conditions of their service, they embodied a dignity that no amount of noble birth could bestow. Their legacy lives not in grand monuments or written records, but in the countless acts of service that sustained a civilization. They were the unsung heroes of an age that valued pageantry over humanity, birth over merit, and power over compassion. In understanding their struggles, we gain insight not only into a distant past, but into the eternal human capacity, looking to endure, to hope, and to find meaning even in the most constrained circumstances. Add your previous work and the reference materials. I'll continue the script with part 3, focusing on the complex social dynamics and daily realities that shaped servant life in medieval castles. The rigid hierarchy that governed castle life extended far beyond simple ranks of authority. It created an intricate web of relationships, loyalties, and survival strategies that every servant had to navigate with careful precision. Understanding these social dynamics was often the difference between thriving in service and finding oneself cast out into a world that offered few alternatives for those without land or trade. At the very foundation of this system lay the concept of sworn loyalty. When a servant entered castle service, they weren't simply taking a job in our modern sense. They were binding themselves to a lord through ties that carried both legal and spiritual weight. This oath of service meant that abandoning one's post wasn't just quitting work, it was breaking a sacred bond that could result in severe punishment or even death. The church reinforced these bonds through teachings that portrayed service to one's betters as service to God Himself. Within the servant hierarchy, advancement was possible, but required a combination of skill, loyalty, and political acumen that few possessed. A kitchen scullery maid might dream of becoming an undercook, then perhaps a full cook, and in rare cases, the head of kitchen operations. But each step upward meant navigating not just the technical requirements of the role, but the complex web of alliances and rivalries that existed among the castle's staff. The marshal, who oversaw the stables and military equipment, commanded respect from grooms and pages alike, but his authority could be undermined by a chamberlain who had the lord's ear, or by a steward whose control over supplies gave him leverage over every other department. Servants learned quickly that their immediate superior might not be their most important relationship. Sometimes a word from the lady's personal maid carried more weight than orders from a nominally higher-ranking official. These political dynamics created an atmosphere of constant tension and opportunity. Information became a form of currency among servants. Who was in favour? Who had fallen from grace? Which knight was drowning in gambling debts? Which lady was conducting a secret affair? All of this knowledge could be traded for protection, advancement, or simple survival. The servant who could discreetly pass along useful intelligence to the right person at the right time might find themselves with better quarters, extra food, or protection from punishment when they inevitably made mistakes. The castle's chaplain occupied a unique position in this hierarchy. Technically a servant of the Lord, but also a representative of the church's authority, he could serve as both protector and threat to the other servants. A chaplain might intervene to prevent excessive punishment of servants, citing Christian mercy, but he could also report suspected heresy, adultery, or other moral failings that could result in severe consequences. Many servants found themselves walking a careful line between seeking the chaplain's protection and avoiding his scrutiny. Personal relationships among servants developed within this framework of mutual dependence and competition. Romantic attachments between servants required careful navigation of both social expectations and practical considerations. Marriage between servants of the same household was sometimes permitted, even encouraged, as it tied both individuals more firmly to the castle. But it also created potential conflicts of loyalty and could complicate work assignments. The seasonal rhythms of castle life created their own social pressures and opportunities. During the harvest season, when the castle swelled with temporary workers bringing in crops, the established servant hierarchy could be temporarily disrupted. Permanent servants might find themselves supervising dozens of temporary field hands, giving them a taste of authority they rarely experienced. But they also had to prove their worth anew, demonstrating that their year-round positions were justified by superior skill and reliability. Winter brought its own challenges as the castle population contracted, but resources became scarcer. With everyone confined more closely together, personal conflicts could escalate quickly. The wise servant learned to read the mood of the household and adjust their behavior accordingly. A joke that might be welcomed in the busy harvest season could be seen as insolence during the tense winter months when everyone was on edge from cold, hunger, and confinement. The arrival of guests always transformed the castle's social dynamics. When important visitors came to stay, every servant's performance was scrutinized more closely. The lord's reputation depended on the quality of hospitality provided, and any servant who failed in their duties could face severe punishment. But successful hosting of important guests could also lead to rewards, recommendations to other households, or even opportunities to join a more prestigious establishment. Female servants faced additional layers of complexity in navigating castle social structures. Their safety and advancement often depended on managing the attention of male authority figures carefully. A female servant who caught the eye of a knight or noble might find herself with a protector who could advance her position. But she might also find herself vulnerable to accusations of impropriety from other servants or nobles who saw her as a threat or opportunity. The lady of the castle's personal servants existed in a particularly delicate position. They had access to intimate details of life as a servant in a medieval noble family life, and often served as confidants and intermediate castle. Part 4. The bone-deep exhaustion that permeated Margaret's existence was matched only by the Constantaries. This closeness to power could provide significant protection and privilege, but it also made undercurrent of fear that governed every aspect of castle life. Fear of failure, fear of punishment, fear of disease, and perhaps most pressing of all, fear of them targets for others seeking to influence the family's decisions. A lady's maid might find herself carrying the elements themselves. Winter in a medieval castle was a trial that tested the endurance of even the hardiest servants, transforming their already demanding routines into a desperate struggle. Secret messages between lovers. Managing financial arrangements her mistress wanted to keep private, or being asked to lie to cover up indiscretions. Religious observances provided both structure and opportunity within the servant hierarchy, the chapel services for survival. As autumn faded into the bitter grip of winter, the castle's thick stone walls, which provided blessed coolness during summer's heat, became conduits for and that punctuated each day, offered brief resp unforgiving cold that seemed to seep its from work, but they also served as stages where the social order was both reinforced and potentially challenged. A servant who demonstrate into one's very bones the great particular piety might catch the attention of the chaplain or even the Lord himself. Fireplaces in the Lord's chambers. But excessive religious fervour could also be seen as presumptuous. or disruptive to the smooth might blaze with warmth, consuming enormous quantities of carefully seasoned wood, but for functioning of household operations. The castle servants, like Margaret, Warmthways' connection to the broader feudal system meant that servants often found themselves caught up in conflicts and alliances that extended far a luxury to be stolen in brief beyond their immediate household. When their lord went to war, servants' moments between endless tasks. The kitchens, normally sweltering from the constant fires needed to feed the castle's inhabitants, offered the only reliable refuge from the cold. Here, Margaret and her fellow servants would linger as long as their duties allowed. Who might be called upon to accompany the expedition dwelling near the great hearths while caring for equipment, preparing food, and maintaining the camp? This could be an opportunity for advancement and adventure, but it also meant tending to pots of purport the dangers of medieval warfare, with none of the protectionally simmering stew or turning SP or glory accorded to knights. Political changes at the royal level could cascade down through the feudal hierarchy to affect even the lowest castle servants it's laden with meat, destined for the lord's table. The head cook, a stern woman named Bertha, whose weathered hands bore countless scars from years of managing flames. A lord who fell from royal favour might find his and sharp knives knew well the desk resources curtailed, leading to reduced staff, erasure of her charges, and would often assign smaller food allowances and increased pressure on remaining tasks that kept them near the warming fires, longer servants to do more with less. Conversely, a lord who gained influence at court might expand his household, creating than strictly necessary. But even new opportunities for advancement and better conditions for existing staff, these small mercies came at a cost. The kitchen. The legal status of servants varied considerably, creating additional layers of social fires demanded constant feeding, and its stratification. Some servants were technically free individuals, fell to the lowest servants to venture into who had contracted their services, while others were bound to the bitter courtyard to gather armloads of wood from the rapidly dwindling stores. Margaret's hands, already cracked and raw from endless washing and scrubbing, would split open in the dry winter air, leaving painful of the land, and could be transferred along with the estate. This legal distinction affected everything from marriage prospects to the issues that never seemed to heal completely possibility of leaving service for other opportunities. She learned to wrap strips. Free servants might be able to negotiate better terms or of cloth around her fingers, though seek positions elsewhere, while bound servants faced severe punishment for attempting to leave without permission. Education, these makeshift bandages, would quickly become soaked and frozen. Making and literacy created their own hierarchies within the servant, her work even more difficult. The population. Those who could read and write found themselves in castles' water sources, presented their own winter-high demand for positions that required record-keeping, correspondence challenges, the well in the court, or managing complex household accounts. The castle's clerkyard, which provided the freshest water for drinking and cooking, would often freeze over during the, often recruited from among the more educated servants, wheel-coldest nights. Breaking through the ice did influence far beyond his nominal rank, because so many administrative functions depended on his skills, a morning ritual, servants taking turns with. The physical layout of the castle itself reined for heavy mallets to shatter the crystalline barriers and reflected these social relationships, servants that separated them from the precious liquid below. On the worst days, when the ice quarters were typically located in areas that balance proved too thick to break easily, servants' accessibility to work areas with clear separation from would be forced to melt snow in noble living spaces. The Great Hall, where great cauldrons, a time formal meals were served, became a theatre-consuming process that threw off the entire day's schedule and earned sharp rebukes from their superiors. The castle's LA, where the entire social hierarchy was displayed through carefully trains, never pleasant under the best of circumstances, choreographed service rituals. Every became particularly treacherous during winter months. The wooden servant knew exactly where they belonged in these ceremonies, and deviation from proper protocol seats, positioned over deep pits that drop, could result in public humiliation. Medical care within the castle community reflected the same hierarchical divisions that to the castle's foundation would assume governed other aspects of life. The lord and his family had access to tranulate frost that made them painful to use physicians and the finest available treatments. Servants rely. More concerning still, the pits themselves would sometimes freeze, creating on folk remedies, the ministrations of other unsanitary conditions that bred disease and attract servants with healing knowledge, or the charity of the castled vermin seeking shelter from the cold. S. Chaplain, serious illness or injury among. Margaret had learned to dread the sound of the servants was often seen as an inconvenience to be managed morning bell during winter, knowing rather than a tragedy to be prevented. The economic it meant leaving whatever meagre warmth she had managed to accumulate during relationships between servants extended beyond their official duties. Many the night, the servants' quarters, located in the castle's lower levels, where heat from servants engaged in small-scale trade or craft production during their limited free time, creating informal networks of exchange the main floors rarely penetrated, were within the castle community. A servant skilled in little more than stone cells with thin straw mattresses and threadbare blankets. On-ending clothes might trade services with one who had access the coldest nights. Servants would huddle together for warmth, sharing body heat in a desperate attempt to start to better food from the kitchens. These economicae off the numbing cold that could claim fingers, toes, or even lives if left unchecked. Relationships could strengthen social bonds, but also create new sources. The ritual of dressing in winter required its own careful strategy. Margaret had learned to sleep in most of her clothes, adding layers rather than changing them entirely. Her of conflict when deals went wrong or competition emerged rough woolen dress, patched and red. Seasonal festivals and celebrations provided opportunities for temporary relaxation of social boundaries, but they also reinforced the fundamental structure of castle hierarchy. During Christmas festivities or harvest celebrations, servants patched countless times, provided minimal insulation against the cold might be permitted to join in dancing or receive special food. But it was all she possessed, overt allocations. But these privileges were clearly understood to this. She would wrap whatever additional be temporary gifts from their superiors, not rights cloth she could find, scraps from to be claimed. The presence of children in the castle community added another dimension to social relationships. The sewing room, worn-out linens deemed unsuitable for the L.O. Noble children required constant supervision and education, creating positions as family, even pieces of sacking for servants who combined childcare with instruction in basic skills when nothing else was available. Food, always. Servants' own children, when permits scarce for servants, became even more precious during winter months. To remain in the castle occupied an ambiguous position, not quite servants themselves, but clearly marked as belonging to the serving. The castle's stores, carefully rationed to class, and expected to follow in their parents' footsteps last until spring, were jealously guarded by the steward, a thin man whose sharp eyes miss seeps. The aging process created particular challenges within nothing, and whose ledgers tracked every grain of wheat the servant hierarchy. Unlike nobles who could retire to comfortable and every preserved apple, servants received smaller portion circumstances. Servants who became too old or infirm during winter, justified by the reasoning that their physical perform their duties, faced uncertain futures. Some were maintained labor decreased during the coldest months. In reality, the demands of winter work, hauling wood, melting ice out of charity, or in recognition of long maintaining fires, required even more energy than their summer tasks. Margaret had learned to watch service, while others were quietly dismissed to fend for themselves. The treatment of aging servants often reflected the character or whatever small morsels she could manage to of the lord and the overall culture of the household. Understanding these complex social dynamics reveals that life as a medieval slave, from her meager meals, a crust of bread hidden in her clothing, a handful of dried peas tucked away in a corner of her sleeping area, these tiny reserves could mean the difference between manageable hunger and the gnawing emptiness that made work nearly impossible. She was castle servant was far more than simply performing not alone in this practice. Most servants engaged in similar careful assigned tasks. It required constant awareness of shifting relationships, careful management of one's reputation and alliances, and the ability to navigate between competing demands and loyalties. Those who mass hoarding, though discovery of such behavior could result in severer these skills, might find opportunities for advancement, protection, punishment. The winter months also brought changes to the social dynamics within the castle. The lord and his family, confine, and even a form of modest prosperity within the castle community. Those who failed to understand or adapt to these social realities often found themselves marginalized, punned indoors by weather and darkness, became more demanding of their servants' attention, ladyished, or expelled from the only secure life available to them. The legacy Eleanor, normally content to let her household run of these medieval social structures, would persist long after the feudal system itself had faded. Influencing concepts with minimal interference would suddenly require constant adjust of service, loyalty, and social hierarchy. That meant to her chamber's temperature. Sending would echo through centuries of human organization. In servants scurrying to adjust the daily lives of castle servants, we see both the harsh realities of medieval inequality and the remarkable human fires, close shutters, or capacity to create meaning, community, and opportunity rearrange furniture to block drafts. The Lord himself, even within the most restrictive social systems, deprived of his usual hunting expeditions, would often take out his frustrations on the staff, finding fault with meals, cleanliness standards, or the speed of service. Perhaps most challenging of all were the winter storms that would sometimes rage for days, trapping everyone within the castle walls and testing the limits of both supplies and patience. During these periods, the normal rhythms of castle life would be disrupted entirely. Servants found themselves working longer hours with fewer breaks, as the demands of maintaining warmth and preparing food intensified while resources dwindled. Margaret remembered one particular storm that had lasted nearly a week, during which the castle's inhabitants had been reduced to burning furniture to maintain heat in the most essential areas. She and the other servants had worked in shifts around the clock, feeding fires with whatever combustible materials they could find, while carefully rationing the remaining food stores. By the storm's end, everyone in the castle, from the lord himself to the lowest scullery maid, bore the hollow-eyed look of exhaustion and hunger. Yet even in the depths of winter's worst trials, Margaret had learned to find small moments of warmth and connection that sustained her spirit. The shared struggle created bonds among the servants that transcended the usual hierarchies of castle life. Thomas, the stable boy, might share a portion of his bread with a kitchen maid who had missed her meal while tending to an emergency. The castle's seamstress, Eleanor of Wessex, would sometimes allow servants to warm themselves in her workshop while she worked, the heat from her small brazier providing blessed relief from the cold. These acts of kindness, small as they might seem, carried profound significance in a world where compassion was often seen as weakness, and where survival frequently depended on looking out only for oneself. Margaret treasured these moments, the shared warmth of a fire, the whispered conversation with a fellow servant, the rare smile from someone who understood the weight of her daily struggles. The castle's chapel, while not particularly warm, offered another form of refuge during winter months. The daily services provided not only spiritual comfort, but also a legitimate reason to pause from work and gather with others. Margaret found solace in the familiar rhythms of prayer, even though the Latin words were largely meaningless to her. The ritual itself, the sense of participating in something larger than her individual struggles, provided a buffer against the isolation and despair that winter could bring. Brother Francis, the castle's chaplain, seemed to understand the particular hardships that winter brought to the servant class. His sermons during these months often focused on themes of endurance, patience, and the promise of eventual redemption. Messages that resonated deeply with those whose daily existence was a testament to these very virtues. After services, he would sometimes distribute small tokens of comfort, a piece of blessed bread, a warming spice, or simply a kind word that acknowledged their humanity in a world that often seemed to reduce them to mere tools. The castle's animals too suffered during winter, and caring for them became an even more demanding aspect of servant life. The horses in the stable required constant attention to prevent them from freezing, their stalls needing fresh straw daily, and their water requiring regular replacement as it would freeze solid in their troughs. The castle's hunting hounds, normally kept in outdoor kennels, would be brought into the lower levels of the keep during the worst weather, their presence adding both warmth and complications to the servants' already crowded quarters. Margaret often found herself assigned to tend the small flock of chickens that provided eggs for the castle's table. These birds, essential for their protein contribution to the diet, required careful management during winter. Their coops needed constant maintenance to prevent drafts while still allowing for adequate ventilation, and their feed had to be carefully measured to ensure it lasted through the cold months. On more than one occasion, Margaret had awakened to find that despite her best efforts, several birds had succumbed to the cold during the night, losses that would be noted by the steward and potentially blamed on the servants' inadequate care. The preparation and preservation of food took on heightened importance during winter months. The castle's food stores, accumulated during autumn's harvest and hunting seasons, represented the difference between survival and starvation for everyone within the walls. Margaret learned the careful arts of food preservation that would keep the castle fed until spring's return. Salted meats required regular inspection to ensure they remained free of spoilage. Preserved vegetables needed protection from both freezing and rot, and the precious stores of grain demanded vigilant monitoring for signs of pest infestation. Each type of preserved food required its own specialized knowledge. The great barrels of salted pork needed to be kept in specific conditions, cool enough to prevent spoilage, but not so cold as to freeze and damage the meat's texture. Dried fruits and vegetables had to be protected from moisture that could cause them to mold, while also being kept from becoming so desiccated that they lost all nutritional value. Even the castle's stores of ale and wine required careful attention, as extreme cold could alter their character or cause containers to crack. Margaret had learned to read the subtle signs that indicated whether preserved foods remained safe to eat. The color and texture of salted meat, the smell looking of stored grains, the appearance of dry at your script summary, and reference materials vegetables. All of these became part of her. I'll continue. Part 4 accumulated knowledge, understanding that could mean the difference between A, of life as a servant in a medieval castle, with a focus on food, working conditions, and daily successful winter and catastrophe for the entire castle population. The social isolation that winter brought to the castle community, affect hardships. Here's the continuation. Servants perhaps more than any other group, while the Lord and his family. The castle kitchen was a realm might entertain themselves with music, games, or of perpetual chaos and unforgiving heat, where servants laboured from storytelling during the long winter evenings, servants before dawn until well past dusk, to had little time or energy for such diversions. They satisfy the appetites of their betters. In the suffocating atmosphere beneath the great hall, scullery days began before dawn and ended well after dark. leaving scant opportunity for the social connections that made maids bent over steaming cauldrons while life bearable. Yet Margaret had observed how kitchen boys scrambled between towering hearths, their faces streaked with soot and sweat. The head cook, wheel the shared hardship of winter, could also strengthen the bonds between servants. Ding his authority like a weapon, barked orders above the din of chopping nay. The kitchen maids who normally competed for the cook hives and bubbling pots, knowing that a poorly prepared meal could mean his favour, would collaborate to ensure fires remained lit throughout the night. Stable hands would share techniques for keeping animals warm and healthy. Even the typically aloof personal servants of the Lord's family would sometimes offer practical advice to their lower-ranking colleagues about position, or worse. For those who worked in managing the winter's challenges, these relationships, forged in the crucible of shared struggle, often these subterranean chambers, the very air was an enemy. Smoke from multiple fires mingled with steam proved more enduring and meaningful than the fair-weather friendships that from boiling water and the pungent odours might develop during easier times. Margaret treasured her of roasting meat, creating a miasma that burned the lungs and stung the eyes. The stone floors, slick with grease and foo connection with Sarah, a fellow kitchen servant whose quiet scraps became treacherous obstacles. Competence and occasional dry humour provided Anch where a single misstep could send a servant tumbling into scalding water, or openers of normalcy in a world that often flames. Many bore the permanent scars of their service, their hands and arms marked by burns, from seam to teeter on the edge of chaos. The knowledge that winter was temporary provided crucial psychological sustenance for wayward sparks or splashing oil. The hierarchy within the kitchen was as rigid as any servant's enduring its trials. Margaret had learned to mark, found in the Lord's chambers above. At the apex stood the master cook, often a freeman who commanded respect, and the subtle signs that indicated winter's eventual retreat, the gradually lengthening days, the changing substantial wage for his culinary expertise. Quality of light, the first tentative sounds of birds beneath him laboured the undercooks, each returning from their southern migrations. These small responsible for specific aspects of meal preparation. From roe harbingers of spring carried disproportionate emotional-lasting meats to preparing delicate sauces. Lower weight, representing not just the promise of warmer weather, but the possibility of survival itself. The castle still were the kitchen servants, SC's more experienced servants, those who had endured many winters, served as informal mentors for newer arrivals like Margaret. They shared practical knowledge about conserving body-ullery maids who scrubbed pots until heat, finding edible supplements to meagre rations, and their hands bled and spit boys maintaining hope during the darkest and coldest days, who turned the great spits over roaring fires until their faces were permanently reddened by the heat. The contrast between what was prepared and what the servants themselves consumed was a daily reminder of their station. While this oral tradition of survival techniques represented a form of collective wisdom that was essential for the servant, they crafted elaborate feasts featuring exotic spices, tender roasted fowl, and delicate pastries for the Lord's table, community's continued existence. As winter gradually gave way to their own meals consisted of coarse bread, thin pottage, and whatever scraps might first hints of spring, the transformation within the castle was dramatic and swift. The constant struggle merely be deemed unfit for noble consumption. To stay warm gave way to renewed energy, and Optim's servant might spend hours preparing a magnificent roast, seasoning it with preciosism. Food stores that had dwindled to saffron and herbs. Only alarming levels would be supplemented by the to dine later on gristle and bones. Supplement first fresh greens and early vegetables. The returned by ale so weak it barely discerned of trading, and travel would bring news from the outside world of the name. The procurement, the possibility of new opportunities. For Margaret, each of ingredients for the castle's kitchens created its own network of servant winter. Survived represented a victory, not just over the elements' labour. In the hours before dawn, kitchen, but over a system that seemed designed to gross servants, would venture into the castle's herb gardens, gathering sage, thyme, and endown those at its bottom. The knowledge that she had endured another season of trial strengthened her sense of her own resilience and competence. She had learned to find dignity in survival itself, to take pride in her ability to Todd rosemary, while dew still see meet each day's challenges, regardless of how long to the leaves. Others descended into the cellars to difficult they might be. The lessons retrieved precious stores of salt, the white gold that preserved meat through the lean winter months. The most trusted servants might be dispatched to local markets, carrying heavy purses and strict instructions about which merchants of winter extended far beyond mere survival techniques. Margaret had learned about the power could be trusted and which cuts of meat were acceptable for the Lord's table. Managing the of human connection in sustaining hope, about the importance of small acts of kindness in a harsh world, and about her castle's livestock fell to another class of servants, whose days were spent in the company of cattle-owned capacity for endurance in the face of seemingly insurmountable challenges. These insights, swine and fowl. The cowherds rose before dawn to milk the castle's dairy, would serve her well, not just in future winters. Cows, their hands growing numb in the cold morning, but in navigating all of life's inevitable air as they coaxed precious milk from reluctant difficulties. As the last of winter-aunt beasts, swineherd's guide's grip loosened, and the castle began to steady their charges to forage in nearby woods, ever with the renewed activity that spring brought. Margaret could look back on the season with a complex mixture of relief and accomplishment. She had not watchful for wolves or bandits who might threaten their merely survived another winter. She had learned valuable animals. In the castle's poultry yards, servants collected eggs, and to find meaning, and even moments of beauty, tended to chickens, geese, and ducks, protecting them from foxes and ensuring a within its harsh embrace. In the share, steady supply of both eggs and meat, forward warmth of a fire. In the quiet, the kitchens. The preservation of food was a constant preoccupation that required specialized knowledge and back-breaking labor. In satisfaction of work well done, in the simple fact of her own continued existence, she had discovered sources of strength that no lord or lady could grant or take away. The cycle the castle's smokehouses, servants tended fires that burned day and night, carefully monitoring the process that transformed fresh meat into preserve, would continue, as it always had and always would. But Margaret provisions. The work was exhausting and faced the future with the hard-won knowledge dangerous, as servants had to maintain precise that she possessed the resources, practical, emotional, and spiritual, to meet whatever challenges lay ahead. Temperatures while breathing air thick with smoke, salt workers labored over massive vats. In a world that offered few guarantees and fewer comforts, this self-knowledge represented a form of wealth that no amount of coin carefully packing meat and fish in precious salt to prevent spoilage. Their hands growing raw could purchase, and no winter, however, from constant contact with the coarse grist harsh, could completely destroy. Ales, brewing ale, the staple drink of castle life, required servants with particular skills and stamina. The brewing process began with malting barley, a labor-intensive procedure that required servants to soak, drain, and carefully monitor grain until it sprouted. The sprouted barley was then dried and ground, creating malt that would ferment into ale. The actual brewing involved hauling heavy buckets of water, maintaining precise temperatures over open fires, and stirring massive vats of fermenting liquid. A miscalculation or moment of inattention could ruin an entire batch, potentially resulting in severe punishment for the responsible servant. The castle's pantries and storage areas required constant vigilance to protect precious food stores from rats, insects, and thieves. Servants spent hours checking grain stores for signs of vermin, carefully rotating preserved foods to prevent spoilage, and maintaining detailed inventories of the castle's provisions. During harvest season, these servants worked around the clock to process and store the bounty that would sustain the castle through winter. They ground grain into flour, pressed apples into cider, and prepared countless other provisions, their work continuing long after the fields had been harvested. Water, essential for cooking, cleaning, and drinking, presented its own challenges for castle servants. Those responsible for maintaining the castle's water supply faced the arduous task of hauling heavy buckets from wells or nearby streams, often climbing steep castle stairs multiple times each day. In winter, this work became even more treacherous, as ice made pathways slippery and dangerous. Some castles employed servants specifically to maintain cisterns and ensure a reliable water supply, work that required them to descend into dark, confined spaces to clean and repair water storage systems. The feast days that punctuated the medieval calendar brought both excitement and exhaustion to castle servants. Life as a servant in a medieval castle, while these occasions offered the possibility of extra. Part 5. The morning mist clung food and perhaps a small monetary reward. They also meant to the castle walls as the servants stirred from their brief slumber. For days of intensive preparation, servants worked without those who laboured within these stone conf rest to prepare elaborate meals featuring dozens of courser signs. Each dawn brought the same rel, each dish requiring careful attention and precise timing. The great feasts demanded not only culinary skill, but also endless cycle of duties that had defined their existence, theatrical presentation, as servants learned to arrange food in spectacular displays that would impress visiting nobles and demonstrate their lord's wealth and status. Even the simplest meals required extensive for generations, yet as autumn deepened into winter's harsh embrace, their burdens grew heavier still, and new challenges emerged that would test their resolve in ways they had never imagined. Preparation and coordination among multiple servants, a typical dinner. Agnes wiped her hands on her ruff for the lord and his family might involve a woolen apron and glanced toward the great hall. Dozen different servants, from those who slaughtered and prepared the meat to those who gathered herbs, baked bread, and served the final meal. The timing had to be precise, as Hot's massive windows, where frost had begun to form intricate patterns on the glass. The cold season was arriving earlier than usual, and with it came whispers of change that made even the most seasoned servants uneasy. Strange riders had been spotted on the horizon, bearing banners unfamiliar to those food needed to arrive at the Lord's table at exactly the right moment, requiring servants to coordinate their efforts with military precision. The cleaning that followed each meal was as demanding as the preparation that preceded it. Servants scrubbed massive who kept watch from the castle's towers. The Elor pots and pans with sand and Aldi himself had grown increasingly restless. Pacing the corridors at Odie Soap, their hands growing raw from their hours, and holding hushed conferences with his advisors behind caustic cleaning agents. Wooden trenchers had closed doors. For the servants, however, such matters to be scraped clean and stored properly of lordly concern remained distant. Their world was measured not in political, while precious metal serving pieces required careful washing intrigue or grand strategy, but in the countless and polishing. The kitchen floors, thick with grease and food debris, had to be small tasks that kept the castle functioning. The kitchen scrubbed clean, and the fires needed constant tending. The rush ashes from cooking fires had to be hauled away and disposed of properly. As on the floors required daily changing and the endless stream. For many servants, the kitchen represented both of laundry, never cease opportunity, and trap. Talented cooks might advance to positions of responsibility and respect, earning higher wages and better living conditions. However, the demanding nature of kitchen work also. In winter, these duties became exponentially more difficult, as water froze in washing meant that many servants found themselves trapped in basins, and fingers grew numb from Cole's cycle of exhausting labour, their health. Martha, the head cook, had served in the castle kitchens for nearly gradually deteriorating from the constant exposure to heat, smoke, 3 decades. Her weathered face bore the marks of countless hours spent over and dangerous working conditions. The knowledge roaring fires and her cowl that their skills were valuable provided some security-loused hands moved with the practiced efficiency of someone who had prepared thousands of meals. But it also meant that they were. She surveyed her domain that morning. She noticed how rarely permitted to leave their positions. Bound, the younger servants seemed more withdrawn than usual. The cold affected to the castle by both legal obligation and economic them differently than it did the older staff necessity. The seasonal rhythms that governed agricultural who had learned to endure winter life also shaped the work of castle servants. Spring's bite through years of experience brought the challenge of managing livestock as the kitchen itself was a marvel of medieval engineering, though few outside its walls where animals gave birth and required constant attention. Summer meant long days, preserving the abundance of fresh food, while autumn demanded intensive work processing the harvest and preparing for winter's scarcity. Winter'd appreciate its complexity. Massive hearths dominated the space, their fires carefully maintained to provide the intense heat needed for roasting whole oxen or boiling enormous cauldrons of Saint itself brought different challenges as servants hayu. The walls were lined with shelves holding countless pots, pans, and utensils, each worn smooth by generations to carefully manage dwindling food stores while of use. Herbs hung in bundles from the RAF, maintaining the complex heating and cooking systems that kept the castle eaters, filling the air with their earthy scents, functioning through the cold months, even as they slowly dried for winter storage. Young Thomas, barely 14 and new to castle service, in this world of endless labour and regie, struggled with a heavy cauldron of watered hierarchy. Castle servants developed their own forms of community and mutual support. They shared knowledge about everything from the most efficient ways to clean cooking pots, to techniques for avoiding the wrath of temperamental sea that needed to be heated for the morning washing hooks. They looked out for one another during. His thin frame shook with the effort, times of illness or injury, and they and Martha watched him with a mixture of simp-created informal networks that helped newcomers learn the complexity and concern. She remembered her own first rules and expectations of castle service. These relationships winter in service, how the cold had seemed to, forged in the crucible of shared hardship, penetrate not just her body, but her very soul. The older servants had taken her under their wing then, teaching her the countless tricks and techniques that often became the most meaningful connections in servants' lives. The food that sustained castle servants reflected their position in the social hierarchy with stark clarity. While they prepared delicacies for their betters, their own diet survival possible in this harsh environment. "Here, lad," Martha called softly, moving to help Thomas with his burden. "Let me show you the proper way to manage consisted largely of bread, pottage, and ale that. You'll break your back trying," supplemented by whatever leftovers might be available. Meat was a rare luxury, usually to lift it alone, and then what good will you be to anyone? Thomas looked limited to feast days or when animals had tod up gratefully, as Martha demonstrated how bees slaughtered due to injury or illness. Even to drag the cauldron rather than, servants received the least desirable cuts, while than lift it. Using the stone floor, the choice portions went to the Lord's table, this to support most of its weight. These constant reminder of their inferior status was perhaps were the kinds of lessons that were one of the most psychologically difficult aspects of servanthood taught formally but passed down through observation and necessity. Every servant learned life as they daily prepared foods they would never taste. The knowledge them eventually, but those who learned quickly often saved themselves months of unnecessary pain and exhaustion. The hierarchy among servants was complex and subtle. Base not, and skills required for castle service were considerable, just on official positions but on experience, passed down through generations of servants who understood skill, and the respect of the complex requirements of feeding and maintaining a medieval household one's peers. Martha held. These servants were the invisible foundation upon which castle life rested, their labour making possible the displaced her position not through appointment from of wealth and power that defined noble existence, without above but through the recognition of her fellow their constant toil. The elaborate social structures of medieval society would have collapsed, yet their contributions were rarely acknowledged or rewarded beyond the bare minimum necessary for survival. Workers that she possessed the knowledge and temperament necessary. As night fell over the castle, and the two managed the kitchen's countless demands, she had learned to judge exactly how much salt to add to preserve meat through the winter, how to stretch last of the evening's dishes were cleaned and stored away ingredients during times of scarcity, and how to manage the temperamental ovens that could ruin a day's work with. Servants finally found brief respite from their lab one moment of inattention, oars. In their simple quarters, they share. As the morning progressed, the castle began stories of the day's events, offer to stir with increasing activity. The Lord comfort to those who had suffered punishment's family would soon require their morning meal, an or injury, and prepared for another day of service. Third, the servants scattered to their various duties with practiced lives were defined by the endless cycle of deficiency. In the Great Hall, other servants' work preparation, service, and cleaning that kept the castle functioning to prepare the massive space for the day ahead. The rushes that covered the stone floor need a rhythm as regular and demanding as the turning of the seasons themselves, and to be changed regularly, as they absorbed not just spills and debris, but also served as the primary means of insulation against the cold stone beneath. Eleanor, one of the chambermaids, moved through the Lord's private quarters with quiet reverence. These rooms represented the height of medieval luxury, with their tapestries, carved furniture, and glass windows. Yet even here, the realities of the season made themselves known. Ice formed on the interior of windows, and despite the large fireplaces, cold draughts found their way through gaps in the stonework. Eleanor's duties required her to maintain fires in multiple rooms, ensure that water basins didn't freeze, and keep the Lord's clothing aired and ready for use. The contrast between the servants' quarters and these grand rooms was stark. Where the Lord enjoyed privacy, space, and comfort, the servants crowded together in small chambers beneath the castle's main floors. Their sleeping areas were barely large enough for straw pallets, and privacy was an unknown luxury. Yet within this confined space, they had created their own community, sharing not just physical space, but stories, concerns, and the small comforts that made their difficult lives bearable. Brother Francis, the castle's chaplain, represented another aspect of medieval life that deeply affected the servants. Religious observance was not optional, but a required part of daily existence. The servants were expected to attend morning prayers regardless of their other duties, and the chaplain's authority extended into many aspects of their personal lives. He could influence decisions about marriages among the staff, mediate disputes, and provide the spiritual guidance that many found essential for coping with their harsh circumstances. The chaplain's own position was complex. While he held religious authority, he was also dependent on the Lord's goodwill for his position and livelihood. This sometimes created tensions when spiritual guidance conflicted with practical necessities. During times of scarcity, for example, the religious requirement to fast could become a serious hardship for servants who were already receiving minimal nutrition. As winter deepened, the challenge of maintaining adequate food supplies became increasingly critical. The castle's stores, carefully accumulated during the harvest season, had to last through months when little fresh food would be available. The servants responsible for managing these supplies faced constant pressure to make difficult decisions about rationing and preservation. Root vegetables stored in the castle's cellars needed regular inspection to remove any that showed signs of rot before they could contaminate the rest. Preserved meats required careful monitoring to ensure they remained safe to eat. The blacksmith's forge, located in one of the castle's outbuildings, remained active throughout the winter despite the cold. The smith and his apprentices not only maintained looking weapons and armor, but also created and repaired the countless tools and implements necessary for your summary of the first 4 parts daily life. From kitchen knives to door hinges, their work touched every aspect of castle and the reference materials. I'll continue the operations. The warmth from their forge made the smith's script maintaining the tone and style established. Here's Party, a popular gathering place for servants 5. Part 5. The during brief breaks from their duties, weight of servitude. The harsh realities of castle life extended far beyond the physical, though such respites were rare and brief. Water management became particularly challenging during the cold months' demands of daily labour. For servants, the castle's well, usually a reliable source, perhaps the heaviest burden was not the endless could freeze during severe weather. Servants had to break tasks or the dangerous working conditions, but the complete ice daily and sometimes resort to absence of personal freedom. Unlike the modern world, where employmenting snow to meet the castle's needs, the process comes with contracts, rights, and the ability heating water for cooking, cleaning, and washing required enormous amounts of fuel, and to change jobs, medieval servants were bound to their masters by maintaining adequate supplies of wood and charcoal, became a constant concern. The invisible chains of law, custom, and economic necessity. Serfs, the lowest rung of castle servants, were legally laundry servants faced perhaps the greatest challenges during tide to the land. They could not leave without winter, washing clothing and their lord's permission, could not marry without consent, and their children inherited their servile status, like linens in near-freezing water, was a curse passed down through generations. Even those servants painful and often dangerous, as hands could become so numb that serious injuries might go unnoticed. Drying clothes became nearly impossible out who were technically free, found themselves trapped by circumstance. Doors, forcing the servants to find indoor spaces where wet garments could be hung. Where else could a kitchen maid go? What without interfering with other activities? The Great Hall sometimes resembled other options existed. For a stable boy, bornalled a makeshift drying room, with lines of damp clothing strung between the massive pillars. Despite these hardships, or perhaps because of them, the servants developed strong bonds of mutual support. Into poverty, the castle walls that protected them also imprisoned them. The psychological toll of this bondage was immense. Servants lived with the constant knowledge when someone fell ill, others would quietly that their lives belonged to someone else. Take on additional duties to ensure they could be sold, traded, or given away, like that essential work continued. When a servant's family faced particular hardship, the community would fin livestock. A lord's financial troubles might ways to share what little they had. These acts of kindness were rarely mean servants were dismissed without warning, or transferred to H formal or announced, but represented a constant harsher masters. A change in lordship through undercurrent of compassion that helped everyone marriage, death, or conquest could transform a servant survive the most difficult periods. The entire existence overnight. The social hierarchy within the castle create castle's defense preparations also affected the servants' daily lives. Guards needed to be fed and equipped additional layers of oppression. Senior servants often treated, weapons required maintenance, and supplies their subordinates with the same cruelty they had to be secured against the possibility of siege received from their betters, creating a cascade of abuse that flowed downward through the ranks. Kitchen maids endured harassment from cooks who, or attack. The servants found themselves involved in these, in turn, suffered the wrath of the steep preparations in countless ways, from preparing extra provisions to helping move supplies to secure storage areas. While they were wood, who feared the displeasure of the law, not warriors, their labour was essential to the castle's ability to defend itself. Communication. This system turned potential allies against each other. Making with the outside world became increasingly difficult during winter months. Messengers arrived less frequently, and news from beyond the castle walls grew scarce. This isolation intensified the importance of the internal community that the servants had created collective resistance nearly impossible. Personal relationships were subject to the master's whims. Servants could be forbidden from marrying, forced into arranged unions for their master's convenience. Stories, songs, and shared memories became more precious as links to the wider, or separated from loved ones without warning. Children's world grew tenuous. The born to servant parents belonged more to the lord than to care of animals within the castle complex, required special attention during cold weather. Their families. Young servants might be given away. Horses, in the stables, needed additional as gifts or political favours, torn feed and warm shelter, while the various farm animals that provided milk, eggs and meat required constant monitoring from everything they knew to serve strangers in distant castles. The lack of privacy compounded their survival through the harsh months. Servants responsible for these animals often worked in conditions that were particularly challenging, trudging through snow and ice to provide necessary care. Medical psychological suffering. Servants shared cramped quarters, often sleeping several to a bed in chambers barely larger than close care, always primitive by modern standards, became evernettes. Personal possessions were few and could be confiscated at will. Even thoughts and feelings are more critical during winter when injuries and illnesses were more common and more dangerous. The castle to be carefully guarded, as any sign of Disca's healer, often a woman, on tent could result in punishment. The ability to express with knowledge passed down through generations, work grief, anger, or frustration, was a luxury feud with limited resources to treat everything from cuts and burns to fever servants could afford. Religious life offered some soul and infection. Servants learnese, but even this was controlled. Servants attended basic first aid from necessity, as minor chapel services at their master's discretion, and their spiritual injuries left untreated could quickly become serious problems. Lives were subject to the same oversight as their physical labour. The rhythms of religious observance provided structure to the servants' days, even as they added to their burdens. Morning prayers, evening. Prayer became both refuge and performance, as servants learned to project the piety their masters expected while hiding vespers. And the various feast days and fasting periods that mark the church calendar all require their true feelings of desperation and despair. The concept attention and participation. For many servants, these religious observances provided genuine comfort and meaning, offering hope for better times, and the of personal ambition had to be carefully managed. While some servants could advance through exceptional skill or loyalty, displaying promise of reward for their earth, too much intelligence or independence could be seen as threatening, manyly suffering. As Winterprog learned to hide their abilities, presenting themselves as simple rest and the challenges mounted, the servants discovered reserves of strength and resilience they hadn't known they possessed. Young Thomas, who had struggled so and compliant while secretly nurturing dreams they could never openly pursue, perhaps most tragged much with his early duties, beganically, the system was designed to make servants complicit in their own oppression. They to develop the skills, and N were taught from childhood, that their serve-durance that would serve him through altitude was natural, ordained by God, his life in service. Agnes and that resistance was not only futile, but Sin found herself taking on informal leadershipful. Those who internalize these beliefs completely roles, helping to organize work assignments and mediate the small disputes that inevitably arose when often became the most effective enforcers of the system, policing their fellow servants and reporting people lived and worked in such any signs of discontent to their super-close quarters. The castle's ears. Yet even under these crushing children, both those of the Lord's family and the offspring circumstances, the human spirit found ways to of servants, represented both endure and resist. Servants developed their hope and additional responsibility, owned secret networks of communication, sharing information. Servant children often began working at resources and emotional support. They create very young ages, starting with simple tasks like gathering kind hidden rituals and traditions that maintained their censoring or helping in the kitchens. Their presence reminded the adult of identity and humanity. Small acts of deaf servants of the continuity of their community and the importance of passing on the knowledge and values that made survival possible. The approach of spring, still months away, became a constant topic of conversation and hope. Servants would watch. Yance, a task performed slowly, a message for the smallest signs of changing weather, discussing the thickness of ice passed secretly, a moment of genuine kindness shown to a fellow sufferer, became forms on water basins or of resistance that kept hope alive. The behavior of the castle's cats formed between servants often transcended the artificial hierarchies imposed by their masters. In the depths of their shared suffering, genuine friendships emerged. These as potential indicators of when the harsh relationships, forged in hardship and maintained in the secret, provided the emotional sustenance that weather might begin to ease. These made survival possible. They reminded servants that they were human conversations, served not just as information sharing, but as a form beings worthy of love and respect, even in a system designed to deny their humanity. As we of communal hope that helped sustain Mo consider the lives of medieval castle servants, we must remember all through the darkest days. The management of light during the short winter days required careful that behind every grand fortress and glittering court planning and resource allocation. Candles and oil for lamps were precious commodities that stood countless individuals, whose names history has forgotten, but had to be used sparingly. Most work whose labor and sacrifice built the world their masters inhabited. Their stories remind us that freedom and had to be completed during the brief daylight hours. While dignity are not privileges to be taken for granted, but fundamental evenings were reserved for essential tasks that human needs that have been fought for and defended across couldn't be postponed. The servants learned to work efficiently in dim conditions and developed an intimate knowledge of the castle's layout that centuries of struggle. The legacy of their een allowed them to navigate, even in near-durance echoes through time, a testament to the resilience darkness. Food preparation became increasingly of the human spirit, and a reminder that even in the darkest circumstances, people find ways to maintain their humanity, support one another, and preserve hope for a better future. Creative as fresh ingredients grew scarce, and in honoring their memory, we acknowledge not just the hardships they endured, but the strength and courage that allowed them to endure them. The preserved foods began to dominate meals. The cooks learned to disguise the taste of salt-preserved meat and to make filling meals from root vegetables and dried grains. Spices, when available, became incredibly precious for their ability to make monotonous foods more palatable. The sharing of special ingredients or seasonings among the kitchen staff represented significant acts of generosity and friendship. The psychological challenges of winter were as significant as the physical ones. The combination of hard work, poor nutrition, cold temperatures, and social isolation could lead to periods of deep melancholy that the servants called winter sickness. The community developed informal methods for supporting those who struggled with these dark moods, understanding that everyone needed help at different times, and that mutual support was essential for collective survival. As our exploration of life as a servant in a medieval castle continues, we see how the changing seasons brought not just new challenges, but also opportunities for growth, community building, and the development of resilience that would serve these individuals throughout their lives. The bonds forged during the hardest times often proved to be the strongest, creating a network of mutual support that transcended the formal hierarchies of castle life. In their quiet endurance and persistent hope, these servants embodied a strength that was perhaps their greatest possession in a world that offered them so little else. The servants' understanding of their place in the larger world was shaped by their daily experiences of hierarchy, duty, and survival. While they might never achieve great wealth or status, they found meaning in their work, their relationships, and their faith. Their lives, though constrained by circumstances beyond their control, were enriched by the deep human connections they formed, and the knowledge that their labor contributed to something larger than themselves. In this way, even in the most challenging circumstances, they maintained their dignity and humanity, creating small islands of warmth and compassion within the harsh realities of medieval life. The medieval servant Margaret pulled herself from her thin straw mattress as the cathedral bells announced the end of matins, their bronze voices echoing through the pre-dawn darkness. Her body ached from yesterday's labours, but there was no time for such luxuries as rest when you served in Lord Edmund's castle. The stone floors beneath her bare feet were ice cold, drawing what little warmth remained from her bones as she fumbled for her woolen kirtle in the blackness. Around her, the other servant girls stirred in their shared quarters above the kitchens. The room that housed 8 women was barely larger than a horse stall, with a single narrow window that let in more cold than light. Their possessions were few: a spare shift, perhaps a wooden comb, and if they were fortunate, a small eating knife. Everything else belonged to their lord, including, in many ways, themselves. Margaret had been born into service, as had her mother before her. Her earliest memories were of following the head cook through the vast kitchens, learning to distinguish between the sharp scent of spoiled meat and the earthy smell of root vegetables stored too long in damp cellars. By age 7, she was turning spits over roaring fires, her small hands blistered from the heat. By 10, she knew which herbs might mask the taste. Here of meat that had begun to turn is part 6 of the And by 15. She had learned the 12-part script for Ikate art of serving the high table without catching the attention of the Lord's eldest son, whose wandering hands had earned more than one kitchen maid a beating life as a servant in a medieval castle. As dawn broke over the castle walls, the servants who had survived another Giaru from his jealous wife. The castle hierarchy was as rigid as the stone walls that contain Ealing Day faced a new set of challenges that would test their resolve in ways their lords could never comprehend. At the very bottom were the scullery maids, their hands permanently stained fromend. For beyond the back-breaking physical labour and the constant threat of punishment lay a more lye soap, and their backs bent from endless, insidious struggle. The battle for their very souls and scrubbing. Above them came the kitchen servants' de-sanity within the suffocating confines of medieval castle life. The hierarchy that governed every aspect of servant existence extended far beyond simple work. Then the chambermaids who tended the private quarters of the noble family. The seamstresses and laundresses held positions assignments. It permeated their sleeping quarters. They're of relative respect, their skills too valuable to be easily replaced. Higher still were the personal servants of the Lord and Lady mealtimes, even their moments of prayer. In the servants' hall were dozens of castle, and at the apex of the servant world stood the steward and the marshal, men who commanded respect even from minor nobles. Margaret occupied a workers gathered for their meagre evening meal. An invisible but rigid social order determined who sat middle position in this carefully ordered world. As one of the senior kitchen servants, she had earned the privilege of preparing where, who spoke when, and who received food for the high table, a responsibility that crammed the choicest portions of the already with both pride and terror. A poorly seasoned dish sparse fare. At the head table sat could result in a beating, while a meal that pleased the Lord might earn her an extra portion of bread, or even a cast-off garment from one of the ladies. The work the castle's senior servants, the stewer, began before sunrise and continued long after sunset. In the kitchens, massive fireplaces burned constantly. The marshal, the head cook, and the chief, their flames consuming entire tree trunks as groom. These men, while still bound in service to their lord, wielded considerable authority over the servants' roasted joints of meat on iron spits. The air was thick with smoke and grease, and the heat lower servants and jealously guarded their privilege in summer was almost unbearable. Margaret's dazed positions. They dined on white bread and ale, occasionally were spent in this inferno, chopping vegetables supplemented with scraps of meat from knives that were kept sharp enough to slice through bone. The Lord's table, while the lesser servants made hauling heavy cauldrons of water from the well, and do with coarse brown bread, thin PD stirring enormous pots of pottage that would fiotage, and watered down ale that the dozens of mouths that depended on the castle's kitchens. The food she prepared for the noble family bore little resemblance to what the servants ate. While Lord Edmund's table groaned under the weight of roast, barely deserved the name. Below peacocks, elaborate meat pies, and dell them in this carefully constructed pecking order, kamikate custards flavoured with costly spices. Margaret and her fellow servants subsisted on coarse bread. Thin, the skilled craftsmen, the blacksmiths, carpenters, and masons whose specialised knowledge affer ale, and whatever scraps remained after the high table had been served. On feast days, they might taste meat, but more often their protein came from eggs, cheese when it was available, and the occasional fish caught in the castle's ponds. The castle's social structure was mirrored in its physical layout. The Great Hall occupied the centre of the complex. Its soaring ceiling and ornate decorded them a measure of respect and slight liations, proclaiming the power and wealth of its lord. Above the hall were the private chambers of better treatment. They occupied the middle benches of the servants' hall, neither the noble family, luxuriously appointed with tapestries, carved furniture, and glass windows that filled the rooms with coloured light. Below, in the cellars and service areas, the servants lived and worked in spaces that were cramped, dark, and often damp. Margaret's sleeping quarters were typical elevated, nor entirely downtrodden, walking of servant accommodations. The 8 women who shared the room had a careful line between deference to their superiors and maintaining each being allocated a space roughly the width of their bodies, marked out by warn their dignity among their peers. At lines scratched into the wooden floor, there the bottom of this hierarchy huddled, the most beds were little more than straw unfortunate souls. The scullery maids, stable-filled sacks placed directly on the boards, with thin woolen blankets that boys and general labourers, whose only value provided inadequate protection against the cold that seeped through the stone walls. Privacy lay in their ability to perform the most menial and was impossible, and personal space was a luxury that existed only in dreams. The rhythm of castle-degrading tasks. They sat on rough wooden stools at the far end of the hall. Life was dictated by the canonical hours, the cycle of prayers that structured medieval time. Matins, the first receiving the smallest portions and the stalest bread, forbidden service of the day, began while the world was still shrouded in darkness. Prime follow from speaking unless directly addressed by their betters. Vest at sunrise, then terce at mid-morning. The day continued through sext at noon, none in mid-afternoon, vespers at sunset, and rigid social stratification created an atmosphere of constant tension and finally, compline before bed. Each canonical hour brought its own set of duties for the servants, add rivalry among the servants themselves. The competition for advancement, relentless cycle that left little time for rest or contemplation. Winter brought its own special hardships to castle life. The great fireplaces in the hall might keep was fierce, and many resorted to pet the noble family warm. But the servants' sabotage, false accusations, and sham quarters remained brutally cold. Ice formed on the inside of windows, and waterless flattery of their superiors in hopes of climbing even one rung higher on the left in basins overnight would freeze solid. Social ladder. Trust was a luxury few Margaret would wake to find her breath visible in the air, and her woolen bland could afford, as today's ally might become ket-stiff with frost. Getting dressed tomorrow's accuser if it meant securing a slightly better position or avoiding punishment. The psychological required an act of will, forcing her body to move when every instinct told her to burr toll of this environment was immense. Servants learn around, deeper into whatever warmth she could find. The cold affected every aspect of daily life. Food froze in the storage areas, requiring servants to chip away ice to access provisions. Water had to be drawn from wells that sometimes froze so solid to mask their true feelings behind carefully that breaking through required hammers and chisels, constructed facades of obedience and hum. Even the simplest tasks became ordeals wenility. They developed an acute sensitivity, performed with hands so numb that holding a knife or lifting a pot became exercises in endurance to the moods and whims of their super. But perhaps the greatest challenge of winter was the darkness. Yours, becoming expert at reading the smallest. With only candles and rushlights for illumination, the short signs that might indicate approval or dispel days meant that most work was performed in semi-azure. A raised eyebrow from darkness, the servants' quarters received almost no natural light, forcing Margaret and her companions to navigate their cramped space by memory and touch. The constant gloom wore the steward could send a servant into a panic of self-doubt, while Aeon the spirit, creating a sense of oppression that seemed to seep into the very stones of the castle walls. Food preservation became a matter of life and death during the winter months. Without refrigeration, the castle's inhabitants relied on salting, smoking, and drying to keep meat edible through the cold season. Margaret spent nod of acknowledgement, like countless hours in the autumn, helping to provide enough emotional sustenance to last for weeks. Privacy, that prepared these preserved foods, working in clouds of salt and smoke that left her eyes streaming and her throat raw. Vegetables were stored in root cellars, where their most basic human need was virtually non-existent, slowly spoiled despite the servants' best efforts to remove in castle life. Servants slept in common the rotting portions before they could contaminate the rest. The spectre of disease haunted every quarters, often sharing straw mattresses with medieval castle, but winter brought particular dangers. SC strangers, their few personal possessions constantly earthy, caused by the lack of fresh fruits and vegetables, left servants with bleeding at risk of theft or confiscation. The gums and loose teeth. Respiratory ailments spread quickly through the cram castle's thick stone walls, seemed to ample servant quarters, where sick and healthy were forced to share the same small spaces. Margaretify every whisper, every sigh, every private moment of despair or joy, had seen strong young women reduced to shadows of themselves by lung fever, their bodies racked by coughs that echoed through the stone corridors like the voices of restless spirits. Yet even in the depths of winter's hardship, there were moments of warmth and connection that sustained the servants through the gossip, spread through the servant quarters' darkest months. In the evenings, when the day, like wildfire, and any perceived work was finally done, they would gather around weakness or transgression, became common, the dying embers of the kitchen fires, to share stories and songs. These were precious times when the rigid hierarchy of castle life relaxed slightly, allowing knowledge within hours. the emotional for the simple human pleasure of companionship. Isolation was perhaps the cruelest aspect of servant. Margaret treasured these evening gatherings, when life. Cut off from there, the cook might share a tale from her youth, or one of the stable boys would produce families and home communities, many a crude wooden flute and play melancholy airs that spoke of distant places, and better servants found themselves adrift in a sea times. Sometimes, if they were very fortunate, there might be a bit of honey cake left over from the of faces that might be friendly. One high table, shared out in portions so small that each person received day and hostile the next. Barely a taste, but enough to remind them that sweetness still existed in the world. Religion provide, depending on the shifting currents, of castled another source of comfort and structure in the servants' lives. Daily attendance at Mass was required. Politics. Letters from home were rare, and while this meant rising even earlier to squeeze prayers and precious, often shared among multiple into an already packed schedule, many servants found genuine solace in the familiar rituals and promises of eventual reward for earthly suffering. Margaret herself found peace in the repetitive nature of the Latin prayers, even though she understood little of what was being said. The words became a meditation, a brief resp servants who had forgotten how to read or never learned in the first place. The illiterate majority reliate from the constant demands of physical labour. The Church also provided one of the few opportunities for social mobility on others to write their letters, exposing their most private thoughts and feelings to potential ridicule or exploitation. Religious available to those born into service. Particularly intelligent or devout servants might catch the attention of the castle chaplain and be taught to read and write. A few might even be recommended for positions in larger religious observance, provided some measure of comfort. Houses, where they could rise through the ecclesiastical hierarchy. For most, however, religion remained a source of comfort, but even this was subject to the whims of the castle's hierarchy. Servants' attendee rather than advancement, a promise that their earthly sufferings would be rewarded in the world to come. Despite the harsh conditions of their lives, the servants' daily prayers in the castle chapel of medieval castles developed their own rich culture but their position at the backed social bonds. Marriages between servants were common, though of the congregation standing while they required the Lord's permission, and often result nobility sat in cushioned pews, served in one spouse being transferred to another household. Margaret, as yet another reminder of their low herself, had been courted by Thomas, a young man who worked in the castle's stables, butley status. The priest Sir, their relationship had ended when he was sent to serve at one of Lord Edmund's other properties, a day's ride away. Such separations were a constant feature of servant life, as lords moved their human mons, often focused on the virtues of obedience property according to their needs and whims. The servants and acceptance of one's divinely ordained place in society offered little hope for improvement in their also developed their own systems of mutual aid and support. When one of their number fell ill, the others would share the burden of their work, often at great personal cost, earthly circumstances. Yet within this oppressive system, when a servant woman gave birth, the other women would take turns caring for the child, allowing the mother to return to work as quickly as possible. These networks of support, some servants managed to carve out small spaces of, were essential for survival in a world where a single misfortune could mean the difference between life and death. Knowledge, humanity, and resistance. Secret friendships formed in the shadows, and skills were passed down through generations of servants, creating a parallel of the castle's corridors, bound education system that operated alongside the formal learning of the noble classes. Margaret had learned not only cooking techniques from together by shared suffering and mutual support. These relationships, while fragile and constantly threatened by the demands of survival, the older women in the kitchen, but also practical wisdom about human nature, herbal remedies for common ailments, and the subtle arts of navig provided crucial emotional sustenance for those who might otherwise have succumbed to despair aiding the complex social dynamics of castle life. This knowledge was as valuable as any formal education, providing the tools necessary for survival and even, in the kitchens, where the occasional advancement, the relationship between servants and their noble masters was complex and multifaceted. While the fundamental inequality of their positions was never in question, long heat and chaos provided some cover from PE service could create bonds of genuine affection and loyalty. Margaret had served in Lord Edmund's household for nearly wrying eyes. Servants developed their own forms of communication, subtle gestures, shared GL 15 years, and had watched his children grow from infancy to adulthood. She took pride in her role in their upbringing, evenances, and coded phrases that allowed them to express, though she knew that her contributions would never be formally acknowledged. At the same time, the solidarity without risking punishment. The servants lived with the constant awareness that their lord's kitchen maids might slip an extra more held absolute power over their lives. A sel of food to a star servant who displeased their master might face punishment ranging ving stable boy, or the from reduced rations to physical beatings, or in extreme cases, dismissal without references. Cook might deliberately prepare more, which amounted to a death sentence in a world where employment was scarce and reputation than needed, ensuring that the how was everything. This power dynamic created an atmosphere of constant tension, where servants had to balance the knee-lower servants received adequate nourishment, despite it to perform their duties efficiently, with the equally important need to avoid official rations. The castle attracting negative attention. The seasonal cycle brought its own Rith's extensive network of corrims to castle life, each season presenting unique challenges and opportunities for the servant population. Spring meant the arrival of fresh doors, staircases, and hidden foods after the deprivations of winter, but its passages became pathways for clandestine meetings, and also brought increased work as the castle prepared for the summer months ahead. Gardens had to be planted. Livestock that had survived the winter needed special care, and the castle itself required extensive maintenance after months of harsh weather. Summer waised quiet conversations. Servants learned to navigate these, perhaps the most pleasant time for servants, despite the increased spaces with practiced stealth, finding heat in the kitchens and work moments of genuine human connection in ALC areas. Fresh fruits and vegetables supplemented their diatoves and storage rooms where they could speak freely, and the longer days meant more time for rest if briefly, about their hopes, fears, and dreams of a different life. Some and socialization after the evening's work was complete. However, summer also brought its own dangers, as Fu found solace in small acts of creativity and self-expression. Despite prohibitions against such spoiled more quickly in the heat, and the risk of disease increased with the warmer weather. Frivolity servants would scratch drawings into. Autumn was a time of frantic activity. The walls of their quarters composed simple songs that as the entire castle community worked to prepare for the coming winter. Harvests had to be brought captured their experiences, or tell stories that preserve in, animals slaughtered and preserved, and fueled memories of their former lives. These artistic gathered for the long cold months ahead. Margaret endeavours, however humble, represented acts, and the other kitchen servants worked from dawn to well past dusk, processing enormous quantities of food and preparing the stores of rebellion against a system designed to reduce them to mere tools that would sustain the castle through winter. It was exhausting work, but it was also essential for survival. The servants' understanding of their whirl of labour. The changing seasons brought their own rhythm that was necessarily practical and immediate. Unlike the noble classes, who could afford to contemplate abstract philosophical questions, servants focused on the concrete realities of daily survival. They developed A&Ms to castle life, creating opportunities for brief, intimate knowledge of weather patterns, seasonal changes, and the subtle signs that indicated when food was beginning to spoil or respites from the grinding routine, during when illness was spreading through the community. This practical wisdom harvest festivals and religious holidays, the usual strict hierarchies would occasionally relax, allowing servants extended to their understanding of human nature as well. Servants became to participate in communal celebrations, that expert at reading the moods and motivations of their masters, learning to anticipate needs and avoid conflicts, reminded them of their shared humanity. These moments of joy were precious and fleeting. They developed sophisticated strategies for managing the complex social dynamics of castle life, knowing instinctively when to, but they provided enough hope to sustain many servants through the darkest periods of speak, and when to remain silent, when to display competence, and when to appear appropriately humble. The economic their service. Winter brought particular hardships, as the cold stone walls seemed to lull realities of servant life were harsh and unforgiving. Moustache warmth from both body and spirit. Servants huddled together for warmth, sharing not just physical comfort, but emotional support as well. The long dark nights were filled with whispered conversations, shared memories of better times, and quiet servants received no monetary wages, instead being compensated with food, shelter, and clothing. The quality and quantity of these provisions varied enormously depending on the wealth and generosity of their lord. In wealthy households, servants might receive acts of kindness that helped maintain their sense of dignity and worth. The castle's library, if adequate food and even occasional luxuries, while in poorer establishments, they might struggle to survive on meagre rations. The few servants who diet possessed one might offer a rare escape for the few servants who could read. Receive monetary payment found their purchasing power severely limited by the in-stolen moments when their duties permitted these economic conditions of medieval society. A day's wages fortunate few could lose themselves in tales might buy a loaf of bread or a small portion of meat, but luxuries like spices, fine cloth, or metal goods remained far beyond their reach. Most servants died owning little more than the clothes on of distant lands, heroic deeds, and their backs, and perhaps a few small personal lives lived with purpose and meaning. For many, these stories provided the only glimpse of a world beyond the items. Yet within these constraints, servants found ways to create meaning and purpose in their lives, castle walls, fueling dreams of eventual freedom or they took pride in their skills and expertise, a better life for their children. The relationships between male and female servants were particularly complex, governed by strict rules about propriety and moral conduct, while developing reputations for excellence in their particular, simultaneously offering one of the few sources of genuine emotional areas of responsibility. A cook might become known throughout connection available to them. Romance, when it blew the region for her ability to create delicious meals from omead despite the harsh conditions, provided a powerful antidote to the dehumanizing effects, simple ingredients, while a stable master might earn of castle life. These relationships, whether officially sanctioned through marriage or conducted in secret, represented Act's respect for his knowledge of horses and animal husbandry. These professional identities provided servants of defiance against a system that sought to control with a sense of dignity and self-worth that transcended their low, every aspect of their existence. Marriagely social status. Margaret herself had earned recognition among servants was often a practical arrangement as much as an emotional one, combining resources and providing mutual protection against the uncertainties of castle life. Children born to servant couples faced an uncertain future, likely to inherit there as an expert in the preparation of elaborate feast dishes, and took parents' bondage while carrying their hopes for eventual genuine pride in her ability to create beautiful and dull advancement or escape. The constant presence of death in medieval castle life created its own psychological pressures. Servants witnessed the effects of disease, accident, and violence on a regular basis, developing a fatalistic acceptance of mortality that colored their daily existence. Yet this proximity to death also intensified their appreciation for life's small pleasures and the importance of human connection in the face of an uncertain future. Some servants found strength in maintaining connections to their ancestitious presentations that enhanced her lord's reputation for hospitality. The servants also found meaning in their relationships with each other and with the noble families they served. Longrel traditions and folk beliefs, practices that existed alongside or beneath the official Christian doctrine of the years of shared hardship, created bonds of friendship castle. These traditions, passed down through generations of common folk, provided alternative sources of meaning and identity and mutual support that sustained them through the most, that helped preserve their sense of self despite the crushing weight of servitude. The Gurra difficult times. Many servants developed almost familial relationships with the children. Dual accumulation of small skills and knowledge, whether officially sanctioned or acquired through observation and practice, allowed some servants to develop they helped to raise, taking vicarious pleasure in their accomplishments and growth. As the years passed and Margaret aged, she began to contemplate the limited options available to servants, a sense of competence and self-worth that transcended their formal status. A stable boy might become in their later years. Those who remained healthy, expert in reading the moods of horses, a scullery maid might develop an intuitive understanding of cooking, and capable might continue working until death. Their techniques, or a general labourer might master the art of stone carving through careful experience and knowledge, making them valuable despite observation of the castle's masons. These acquired skills sometimes provided pathways to slightly their declining physical abilities. Others might be better positions within the castle hierarchy, or pensioned off to live in small, in rare cases, opportunities for advancement beyond the castle walls. The accumulation of practical knowledge became a form of currency that could be traded for better treatment, increased responsibilities, or even eventual freedom. As our exploration cottages on their lord's lands, surviving of medieval castle servant life continues, we see that beneath the surface of apparent submission on charity and whatever small savings they had managed and compliance lay a rich and complex world of human relationships, small rebellions, and quiet acts to accumulate. The fortunate few might have courage. The servants who sustained the grandeur of medieval castle life were not merely passive victims of an oppressive system, but active participants in their own survival and the preservation of their humanity against overwhelming odds. Their stories have children who had managed to improve their station, largely unrecorded in the official histories of the time, represent a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit to find meaning, connection, and hope, even in the most challenging, and could provide support in old age. But for many circumstances, servants, the prospect of old age was frightening as they faced the possibility of poverty and abandonment after a lifetime of faithful service. This uncertainty added another layer of stress to lives already filled with hardship and insecurity. Despite these challenges, or perhaps because of them, the servants of medieval castles developed a remarkable resilience and strength of character. They learned to find joy in small pleasures, to create beauty from simple materials, and to maintain hope in the face of seemingly insurmountable obstacles. Their lives, while hard, were not without meaning or dignity. The daily routine that Margaret followed was emblematic of servant life throughout medieval Europe. Each day brought the same round of duties, performed with the skill and efficiency that came from years of practice. Yet within this repetitive structure, there were moments of satisfaction, connection, and even happiness that made the hardships bearable. As she prepared for another day of service, Margaret reflected on the invisible foundation that she and her fellow servants provided for the glittering world of medieval nobility. Without their labour, the great feasts could not be prepared, the elaborate clothing could not be maintained, and the complex social rituals that defined noble life could not be performed. They were the hidden foundation upon which the entire structure of medieval society rested, their contributions essential but rarely acknowledged. In the growing light of dawn, as the castle began to stir to life around her, Margaret took a moment to appreciate the quiet dignity of her calling. She might be a servant, bound to a life of labour and subservience, but she was also a skilled craftsperson, a keeper of traditions, and a vital part of the community that made civilization possible. In her hands lay the power to create comfort, beauty, and sustenance from the simplest materials. It was, she reflected, no small thing to be entrusted with such responsibilities, even if the world rarely recognized their true value. Hear life's part 7 of the 12-part script, for life as a servant in as a servant in a medieval castle. The flickering candlelight cast dancing shadows across the stone walls as Margaret made Castle was a world away from the Roman, her way through the castle corridors, her wood-entercised portrayals we often see in modern bucket, heavy with scraps from the law media. The reality was harsh, demanding, and unstable. The day's work was far forgiving, a daily existence defined from over, but at least the evening by backbreaking labour, strict hierarchy, and the constant awareness of one's place in the rigid social order. The meal service had concluded. For a servant like Margaret Castle, servants formed their own complex ecosystem within the fortress walls. At the top of this hierarchy stood the stee. The transition from day to night brought little respite, a figure of considerable authority who managed the ite, merely a shift from one set of duties to another. In Lord's affairs and oversaw the entire domestic, the Great Hall, the remnants of the evening feast operation. Below him, the marshal controlled the stables and horses, while the chame told their own story. Trenchers of stale earlin managed the Lord's personal quarters and finances bread, gnawed clean of their burden of meat. The cook held dominion over the kitchens, and the porter guarded the gates with unwavering vigilance. But it and sauce lay scattered across the long tables. Wine stains darkened the wooden surface like dried blood, and Candle W was in the lower ranks where the true backbone of Castleax had dripped into hardened pools that life resided. The scullery maid's work would need to be scraped away in perpetual dampness, their hands raw from endless come morning. The rushes covering the floor were littered with bones, scrubbing of pots and trenchers in cold, greasy water. They rose before dawn and worked long past sunset, their backs aching from hunching over washing tubs, their fingers pruned and bleeding from the harsh lye soap that was their constant companion. These women, often scraps of food, and other refuse that the youngest and least experienced in the castle hierarchy dogs hadn't yet claimed. Margaret and her fellow servants would spend the next hour clearing away this detritus, preparing the hall for tomorrow's cycle to begin and bore the brunt of the kitchen's mow-stew, the work of cleaning after unpleasant tasks. The kitchen of feast was both blessing and curse boys, scarcely more than children themselves for the castle's servants. Scurried between the massive one hand, it meant access to leftovers that hearths like shadows, feeding the fires that might supplement their usual diet of pottage and dark bread. A half-eaten capon never died, turning spits heavy with roasting meat, and do a piece of white bread barely touched by noble lips, or dregs of wine left in a goblet, could transform the frequent blows from temperamental CE and ordinary evening meal into something approaching abundance. But such windfalls came at the cost of additional labour, often extending the working day well past sunset. Margaretooks. Their small frames made them ideal for crawling into chimneys to clean them, emerging black with soot and gasping for clean air. They learned quickly to move with purpose and had learned to move efficiently through this post-feast silence, for idleness was met with swift punishment. In the great hall, the pages and serving wenches navigated a different kind of treacherous terrain ritual. She knew which scraps were worth. They had to memorize the complex at salvaging and which had been rendered inedible by their contact with the rushes. She understood the hierarchy of leftovers, that the finest morsels were liquette of noble dining, knowing precisely how Todd go to the steward and other senior servants, while she serve each course, when to refill goblets, and how Tu and her peers would make do with whatever remain invisible, while being constantly watchful. A speed. Still, even the humblest leftover from the Lord's table, represented cup of wine, or a poorly timed, entranced food of a quality she could never hope to affor, could result in a beating or dismissal without reference, leaving them to face an uncertain future beyond on her own. As she worked, Margaret's thoughts drifted to her family's cottage beyond the castle walls. The grooms and stable hands the castle walls. Her younger brother Thomas had been suffering lived in a world of hay and horse SW from a persistent cough for weeks now, and thereat, rising in the darkest hours, before mother had grown thin and hollow-eyed with dawn to tend to the destriers and pal worry. The castle's physician attended only to the noble frays that were worth more than their own family and their guests. For people like Thomas lives. They knew each animal's temperament, each healing depended on folk remedies, prayer, and the body's own resilience. Margaret had been saving what few coins she earned in hopes of purchasing honey or herbs that might ease his suffering, but such luxuries remained quirk and preference, for a lame horse could mean disaster for their lord, and frustratingly beyond her reach. The sound of approaching foot's death for themselves. In winter, they often slept in the stables for warmth, curled up in the straw alongside the very animals they served. The laundresses worked in conditions that would challenge the strongest constitution. They hauled heavy baskets of soiled linneps, interrupted her reverie. Sir Edmund, one of the Lord's younger knights, had returned to the hall, his face flushed with wine and his movements unsteady. Margaretans to the washing areas, where they spent hours in quickly averted her eyes and continued with all-weather scrubbing out stains with primitive soap and brutal determination. Their hands were permanently her work, hoping to remain invisible. Knights like Sir Edmund were known for their UMP reddened and cracked from the lie, their backs' predictable moods, particularly when they had been drinking. Bent from bending over washing stones by the river, a servant who drew unwanted attention might find herself the target of bank, even in the depths of winter when casual cruelty or worse. But invisibility was not always possible, for ice had to be broken to reach the water. Perhaps young women working in such proximity to men most challenging of all were the personal servants, the body accustomed to taking whatever they desired. Margaret Hay's servants, ladies' maids and Vard already learned to move carefully through the castle's correlets, who attended to the nobles' most intimate needs. They doors, to avoid being alone with certain dressed their masters and mistresses, emptied members of the household, and to cultivate chamber pots, and maintained an elaborate fiction that their lords were somehow above the basic functions of humanity. They witnessed the protection of senior servants, who might intervene if trouble arose. The threat of unwanted advances was simply another Ha's private moments of vulnerability, rage, and weakness, yet were expected to maintain absolutade of castle life, as ever-present as the risk of injury from heavy lifting or burns from the discretion and loyalty, knowing that a single wrong word could mean their ruin. The seasonal kitchen fires. The other servants in the hall continued their work with practiced efficiency. Old Willem, who had served in the castle for more than 30 years, directed the younger men in moving rhythms of castle life brought their own particular hardships. In summer, the heat in the kitchens became nearly unbearable, with grate the heavy trestle tables against the walls. His gnarled hands shook slightly as he worked fires burning constantly to prepare the elaborate fête, evidence of decades of hard labour, but his knowledge of the castle's routines made him invaluable. He had seen lords come and go, witnessed births and deaths, celebrations and tragedies, all while maintaining the steady rhythm of service acts that displayed the lord's wealth and status. Servants toiled in sweltering conditions, sweat streaming down their faces as they prepared dishes that they themselves would never taste. The grate that kept the household functioning. Hunts of autumn meant days of preparation. Beside Margaret, a girl named Agnes, endless cleaning of game, and the exhausting work of preserving meat for the winter months ahead. Winter brought a different kind of misery. The castle became a fortress against the cold, but its stone walls provide scraped wax from the tables with a worn knife. Agnes was little comfort for those who served within them newer to castle service, having arrived only a few months earlier, when her family could no longer support her at home. She worked. Servants' quarters were barelied with the desperate intensity of someone still proving her heated, and many spent the dark worth, knowing that a single mistake might months in a state of perpetual sea cost her the position that meant the difference between survival hill. They wrapped themselves in whatever rough wool they could obtain, and destitution. Margaret remembered altogether for warmth in her own early days in the castle, when every their cramped sleeping spaces. Food became scarcer, and the servants' tasks seemed overwhelming, and every senior servant appear meals grew thinner and less nourishing, and impossibly skilled and knowledgeable, even as they continued to prepare. The evening's work was made more difficult by the fact elaborate feasts for their betters. The psychological that the Lord had been entertaining guests from toll of service was perhaps as heavy as the physical demands. Servants lived their entire lives at a neighbouring manor. Such occasions always meant additional preparation. The mercy of others' larger quantities of food, and more elaborate aims, their futures dependent on the goodwill service requirements. The visiting nobles had brought their own servants of masters who might view them as little more than animated furniture. Creating a complex dance of protocol, no privacy, no personal time and precedence in the castles below that was truly their own, and no guarantee stairs hierarchy. Margaret had watched earlier as the visiting servants sized up their temporary of security in old age or ineff workplace, noting which of the castle's staffirmity. Many lived in a state of constant anxiety, knowing that a moment's inattention or a stroke of bad luck could leave them destitute and friendless. Yet within this harsh system, servants developed their own forms of resilience, might be useful allies and which potential rivals. One of the community. They formed tight bonds with their visiting servants. A thin man with calculating eyes had already attempted to establish his authority over some of the younger castle fellow workers, sharing what little they had and supporting staff. Such posturing was common when different households each other through the worst hardships. They developed an intricate network of information and gossip that often mixed as servants sought to maintain their status and protect their access to resources. Margaret had learned to know the castle's secrets better than its lords. They found moments of joy in shared meals, in whispered conversations by navigate these temporary disruptions by keeping her head down and focusing on her assigned tasks, avoiding entanglement in disputes that could have lasting consequences. The great hall slowly returned to order as the servants completed their work. The tables were cleared and repositioned, the rushes candlelight, and in the small victories that came from mastering their demanding crafts. The servants also developed a deep understanding of human nature through their constant observation of their betters. They saw behind swept and refreshed where necessary, and the candles X'd the elaborate facades of nobility to the petty jealousies, fears, and weak-anguished one by one, the massivenesses that lay beneath. This knowledge gave fireplace still glowed with embers that them a form of power, even if they would be banked carefully to provide warmth through the night, could rarely use it openly. They learned to read moods and anticipate needs. developing an almost, but the formal spaces of the castle were returning to their dear supernatural ability to sense the emotional currents that flowed through the castle's time configuration. As the cleaning concluded, Margaret gathered halls. Some servants found ways to advance with the other servants for their own evening meal, within the hierarchy, through exceptional skill, loyalty, or cunning. A particularly talented cook might rise to become head of the kitchens, wielding considerable authority the hall used by the household staff. The food was simple but substantial, thick pottage made from barley and vegetables over food preparation, and the servants who worked under him. Dark bread and small beer. The portions, a trusted body servant, might become a confidant to there, were generous enough to provide needed sustenance after the long day's work, though the quality was worlds apart, lord or lady, gaining influence that extended far beyond there from what had graced the lord's table hours earlier. The official station. These success stories, rare though they were, provide servants' meal was also a time for sharing news and gossip, from hope and motivation for others toiling in the lower ranks. The relationship between servants and their masters, different parts of the castle. Information flowed through was complex and often contradictory. While the servants' quarters like water, carrying word of social gulf was vast and unbridgeable, daily proximity created a strange intimacy. Servants' births and deaths, arrivals and departures, changes in the lord's mood or the lady's health. Such knew their lord's habits, preferences, and secrets, with an accuracy that was both necessary for their work intelligence, could be valuable for planning one's own actions, and dangerous for their well-being. Some developed genuine affection for kind masters, while others nurse and avoiding potential troubles. Margaret listened carefully as the other servants discussed the visiting nobles, trying quiet resentments that could simmer for to gauge how long they might stay and what additional years without expression. The servants' knowledge work their presence might require. Old Willem regaled the younger servants with stories from his decades of service, tales of great feasts and terrible winters, of battles fought and won, of the castles previous of the castle's operations made them indispensable, yet their low social status made them expendable. They understood lords and their various quirks and cruelties. This paradox intimately and learned to navigate it with careful discretion. They became masters of appearing humble while maintaining their dignity. Stories served multiple purposes. They entertained during the brief, of showing deference while preserving their sense of self-worth. Food preparation was perhaps the most critical respite of the evening meal. They passed down valuable knowledge about navigating castle life, and they remind and demanding of all servant duties. The castle's kitchens were a complex operation that required precise everyone of their place in the long content timing, extensive knowledge, and the ability to work under extreme pressure. Servants had term of service that stretched back generations. As the meal concluded and the servants began to disperse to their sleeping quarters, Margaret reflected on the day that was ending and the one that would begin before dawn. Tomorrow would bring the same round of duties. Prepare meals for dozens or even hundreds of people, hauling water, tending fires, serving from the elaborate dishes served at the high table to the simple pottage that fed the lower ranks. They worked with primitive meals, cleaning chambers, and managing the countless tools and inconsistent ingredients, yet were expected to produce meals small tasks that kept the castle functioning. There would be no variation in the routine unless some emergency or celebration disrupted the normal schedule. But within this seemingly monotonous existence, Margaret, that met the exacting standards of their noble, had found small sources of satisfaction and meaning employers. The preservation of food was another crucial responsibility that fell largely to the servants. They had to salt meat, pickle vegetables, and store grains in ways that would keep them She took pride in performing her duties well, in earning the respect of her fellow servants, and in contributing dibble through the long winter months. This work required extensive knowledge passed down through generations of servants, knowledge to the smooth operation of the household that was often more valuable than any formal education. She had learned skills that would serve her throughout her life, developed relationships that provide. The castle's defense also depended heavily on both practical support and emotional sustenance, and gain on the servants' contributions. They maintained the weapons and understanding of the complex social world that extend and armour kept the walls in repair far beyond her family's humble cottage. The servant, and ensured that the fortress could withstand as quarters, were located in the lower levels of the castle, where siege. During times of conflict, servants' often thick stone walls provided protection but little comfort. Margaret found themselves pressed into military service. Their intimate sleeping space was a small, ALK knowledge of the castle's layout, making them valuable defenders of their home. The religious ove shared with 2 other women, furnished with straw mattresses and rough woe life of the castle, provided both comfort and additional Olen blankets. Privacy was non-existent and burden for the servants. They were expected to attend the cold stone walls, meant that warmth was precious during the winter months. But compared to the overcrowded conditions and services, and observe the complex calendar of feast days, and many peasant homes, even these Spartas that structured medieval life. Yet their accommodations represented a form duties rarely stopped for religious observances, and of security. As she prepared for sleep, Margaret carefully, they often found themselves working through services they were supposedly required to attend. This created a tension between spiritual, stored her few personal possessions, a wooden obligation, and practical necessity that many servants struggled to resolve. Education was largely denied to servants, yet many developed remarkable skills through necessity and observation. They learned to rear a comb that had belonged to her mother, a small pouch containing her saved coins, and a piece of cloth that she was slowly embroidering during rare moments of leisure. These humble items represented her entire material wealth beyond the clothes she wore, the signs of weather and season, to judge the quality of food, and yet they also symbolized her hope's materials, and to manage complex logistics with minimal resources for something beyond mere survival. The castle. Some acquired literacy through their duties, learning never truly slept. Even as the servants settled to read well enough to assist withed into their quarters, guards walked the walls, household accounts or correspondence. These skills, watchmen tended the gates, and various, while not formally recognized, often made the members of the household remained alert for potential emerged difference between a servant who thrived and one who merely encies. The responsibility for security was constant, requiring survived. The health and welfare of servants received little formal attention, yet the vigilance throughout the night hours. For the servants, this meant that castle's operations depended on keeping them functional. Servants developed their sleep could be interrupted at any moment by Call's own informal systems of medical care, sharing herbal remedies and practical treatments for to duty, whether to tend a sick noble, respond to a crisis, or simply to perform the injuries and illnesses that were constant some task that could not wait for morning. Margaret had grown companions of their work. They learned to work accustomed to sleeping lightly, always through pain and fatigue that would incapacitate those unaccustomed to such ready to respond to summons. The life of a servant required flexibility and readiness, the hardship. The servants' living quarters' ability to shift from rest to work at a moment's notice reflected their low status in the castle hierarchy. They This constant state of semi-alertness was exhausted in cramped spaces, often sharing, but it was also necessary for survival in embeds or sleeping on straw pallets, in an environment where one's value depended entirely on use corridors and storage areas, privacyfulness to one's superiors. As she was a luxury, they could rarely afford lay in her narrow bed, listening to the breathing, and personal possessions were few of her sleeping companions, and the distant sounds of the castle settling and carefully guarded. Yet they made into its nighttime rhythm. Margaret thought about the choices these humble spaces into homes, creating communities that had brought her to this place, service within the larger structure of castle life. Clothing in the castle was not the life she had imagined was another marker of the servant's position. They wore as a child, but it was the life that simple, practical garments made from coarse materials, circumstances had made available to her. Within often handed down from their betters or its constraints, she had found ways to create meaning, to form relationships, and to maintain made from scraps and remnants. These clothes hope for the future. The medieval castle was had to withstand hard work and frequent washing, yet servants a world unto itself, a complex ecosystem of relationships, took pride in keeping them as clean and mended as possible. The and dependencies that functioned according to its own regi, few decorative touches they could add to their clothing became rules. For servants like Margaret, understanding and navigating these rules was essential for survival and advancement. Those who mastered the precious expressions of individuality and dignity. The economic relationship between servants and their employers was complex, and often exploit social dynamics of castle life could achieve iterative. Many servants received payment in kind, rather than coin a measure of security and even influence, while those who failed to adapt faced hardship, punishment, or dismissal. Tomorrow, food, shelter, and clothing that kept would bring new challenges and the same old them alive, but offered little opportunity for advancement or independence. Some accumulated small savings over years of service, but these could be lost through illness, accident, or third routines, new opportunities, and familiar constraints. Margaret would rise before dawn, dress whims of their employers. Marriage and family life presented particular challenges for castle quickly in the cold air, and begin servants. Permission to marry was often required from their lord, and the practical another day of service. She would carry water, tend fires, serve meals, and clean chambers, difficulties of maintaining a family, while Fulf, performing each task with the skill and efficiency illing demanding service obligations, were enormous that experience had taught her. And many servants remained unmarried throughout their lives, finding family substitutes in the small spaces between duties. She would continue relationships they formed with their fellow workers. The seasonal migrations of the nobility meant that servants often found themselves traveling extensively, sometimes to places far from their origins. These journeys were exhausting and dangerous, requiring them to maintain their level of service, while adapt to build the relationships and accumulate the knowledge that might, someday, lead to something better to unfamiliar surroundings and conditions. The life of a medieval servant was marked by hardship, uncertainty, and limited choices, but it was also characterized. Yet travel also provided opportunities to see the wider world and to form connections that might prove valuable in by resilience, adaptation, and the future. The training of new servants was in dignity of honest work performed well, in ongoing responsibility that fell largely to their more experienced colleagues. Young, the grand narrative of castle life, servants like Margaret were often invisible, their contributions taken for granted by those they served. Yet without people entering service had to learn not only the practical skills require their labour, their skills, and their dedication for their duties, but also the complex social codes that the entire structure of medieval society would have governed castle life. This education was often collapsed. As sleep finally claimed her, Margaret dreamed of a world where and unforgiving, yet it was essential for survival in her brother's cough was cured, where her family had enough to eat, and where the future held possibilities beyond the stone walls that currently defined her existence. These environments where mistakes could have serious consequences. The servant's relationship with the outside world was carefully sustained her through the hardships controlled and limited. They rarely had freedom to leave the castle without permission, and their contact with people beyond its walls was restricted. This isolation reinforced their dependence on of each day, providing the hope their employers while limiting their opportunities for advancement and determination necessary to continually escape. Yet despite all these life that demanded both from all hardships and restrictions, the servants of medieval who lived it. Castles possessed a dignity and resilience that enabled them not only to survive, but to create meaning and community within the most challenging circumstances. Their stories, largely unrecorded in the formal histories of their time, represent one of humanity's most remarkable examples of endurance, adaptation, and quiet heroism in the face of overwhelming odds. In base, the perpetual twilight of medieval existence, where the boundaries between servant and shadow often blurred, the dailied on the provided reference videos and your script summary rhythms of castle life continued with their relentless demands. As we delve deeper into this world of servitude, we encounter a dimension of servant life that perhaps, here's part 8 of your 12-part series. The harsh realities of medieval cuts most deeply into the human spirit. The Eros castle life extended far beyond the daily grind of laborium of personal identity and the crushing weight and the constant threat of hunger, for servants like Margaret of social invisibility. Within the stone walls of medieval castles, servants existed in a pecul, the very structure of the castle itself, a state of omnipresence, and became both sanctuary and prison, its thick erasure. They were everywhere and nowhere, essential stone walls echoing with the sounds of their yet expendable, trusted with the most intimate details of their endless toil, while simultaneously isolating them from the world beyond. As winter's grip tightened around the castle walls, the already masters' lives while being denied the basic dignity of recognition as complete human beings. This paradox shaped every aspect of their existence, from the clothes they wore to the names challenging existence of castle servants, transformed into something far more desperate, the by which they were called. Consider the phenomenon of servant anonymity, that great stone fortress that had seemed so imposing and pervaded medieval households, while the Lord Protective during the warmer months now became a cold, unforgiving maze of draughty corridors and bitter chambers. Margaret found herself rising even earlier than usual. Heard of the manor and his family were known by elaborate titles and lineages stretching back generations. Servants were often referred to simply by their function. Cook, groom, chambermaid. These functional designations replace personal names in many contexts, reducing breath visible in the frigid air as she made complex human beings to their utility. Even her way through passages where frost clung to the walls like crystalline spider, when servants retained their given names, they were frequently webs. The castle's design, while magnificent to behold, was utterly indifferent to the comfort of those who served within its walls. The same thick stones that kept enemies at bay also trapped the bone-chilling cold inside, creating a parapet modified or diminished in ways that emphasize raw winter, that seemed to seep into the varied, their subservient status. A servant named Souls of the Servants. Margaret's hands, already cracked and weathered from months of washing, scrubbing, and carrying, William might become Will, or even simply Boy, now bore the additional burden of child, regardless of his age or experience. This blames that made every task and systematic dehumanization extended beyond mere nomenclature exercise in pain. In the kitchens, into the very fabric of daily interaction, servants were expected to develop what we might now recognize as where Margaret spent much of her time, the contrast form of emotional labor that went far beyond there between the roaring fires needed for cooking and the physical duties. They had to master the art of being simultaneously issy drafts that swept through the cavernous space, attentive and invisible, present when needed, but created a peculiar form of torture. One moment she would be sweating from the heat absent, when their presence might disturb the natural of the great hearth. The next order of things. This required an extraordinary ivering as she moved to the cold storage level of psychological agility, the ability to read moods, anticipate needs, and respond appropriately, while areas where preserved meats and root vegetables were kept. The kitchen staff learned to work in suppressing their own emotional responses and desires. The castle's great hall serves as a perfect micro, a constant dance around the fires, fighting for positions, for understanding this dynamic. During the elaborate feasts that marked the social calendar of closest to the warmth while still fulfilling their endless duties. The food preparation itself became increasingly challenging as winter deepened. The fresh produce that had been medieval nobility, servants moved through the space like ghosts, refilling goblets, clearing plates, and ensuring abundant during harvest time was now just a memory. Replaced that every need was met without drawing attention to themselves. They witnessed conversations of great political import, overheard intimate confessions, and observed by the monotonous cycle of preserved foods that would the private moments of vulnerability that have then sustained the castle through the lean months. Margaret found the most powerful nobles experienced, yet they were expected to remain as silent and unreactive herself, working with salt-crusted meats that as the stone walls themselves. This enforced invisibility created profound psychological tensions, had to be soaked for hours before cooking, root vegetables that had grown soft and spro. Servants possessed a unique vantage point on the inner workings of power, yet they were forbidden eating in storage, and grains that required careful from acting on this knowledge, or even acknowledging its existence. They knew which nobles were falling from favor, which marriages were troubled, which political alliances were shifting, information that could be incredibly valuable in inspection for signs of rot or infestation. Water, that most basic necessity, became a source of constant struggle during the winter months. The castle's wells, the medieval world of court intrigue, might freeze, forcing servants to break. The temptation to leverage this knowledge must have been enormous, yet the consequences of through ice that formed overnight. Carrying doing so were typically severe. The emotional toll of maintaining this facade of invisibility cannot water up the winding stone stairs to be overstated. Servants had to develop what psyche the upper chambers became treacherous as ice formed on the steps, and morologists might now term dissociative. Then one servant suffered painful falls while navig coping mechanisms, essentially splitting their consciousness between their public persona, aiding these hazardous routes, with of servile compliance, and their private inner heavy buckets in hand. The social life. This psychological fragmentation was necessary dynamics within the castle walls grew more for survival, but came at a tremendous cost to intense during these confined winter months. With mental health and personal development, some servants found ways to maintain their sense of self through small acts of rebellion or self-assertion that nowhere to escape and little respite from one flew beneath the radar of their master's attention, another's company, tensions that might have remained. A cook might take pride in add manageable during busier times, particularly well-executed dish, even if they could flare into serious conflicts. Margaret Witness credit would go to the lord who hosted the feast. AGD heated arguments between kitchen maids over room might develop a special relationship with the who would get to work closest to the fire, and saw how the constant stress of cold and horses in his care, finding in these animals a form of companionship and hunger, could turn previously amicable relationships sour. The hierarchy amongst servants, mutual respect that was denied to him in human relationships. A chambermaid might treasure small became even more pronounced during winter, moments of beauty. A shaft of sunlight through as those with slightly better positions, geal window, the scent of fresh herbs, variously guarded their privileges. The head cook's satisfaction of creating order from chaos that reminded her of her own humanity. The seasonal rhythms of castle life provided some structure. Assistant might hoard the warmest spot by the fire, while the lowest SC and variety that helped servants cope with their circumstances, ullery maids, were relegated to the coal. The preparation for major holidays, like Christmas, desk corners of the kitchen. These small advantages could mean the difference between maintaining one's health through the winter or succumbing to the various ailments that plagued the castle's lower orders during the harsh months. Sleep or Easter brought a change of pace and often offered little respite from the coal, slightly relaxed social hierarchies. During harvest time, the usual rigid distinctions between indoor and outdoor servants might blur as everyone. Margaret's quarters, shared with several, worked together to bring in the crops. Wedding celebrations, funeral rites, and other significant events created temporary communities of other female servants, were barely heated by the remnants of warmth, that purpose that could provide servants with a sense of belonging and shared mission. Yet even these moments of relative freedom were carefully circumscribed by the expectations might drift up from the kit of their roles. A servant might participate in Christmas festivities, but always as a servant, never as an equal. They might join in harvest celebrations, but their joy was expected to be expressachens below. The women would huddle together under thin blankets and rough woolen cloaks, their bodies pressed together for warmth in a desperate attempt to ward off the chill that seemed to penetrate everything. Even in sleep, the cold pursued them, and many'd in service to their betters rather than for their own satisfaction. The brief mornings brought the discovery that water left in glimpses of expanded humanity that these occasions provided often made basins had frozen solid overnight. The castle's religious, the return to normal routines, all the more difficult observances took on additional meaning during these difficult months to bear. The institution of apprenticeship within the servant hierarchy provided one of the few pathways for personal growth and advancement, though even this was severely limited by the rigid social structures of medieval society, although not always in ways that brought comfort to the servants. While the lord and his family might attend young servant who showed particular aptitude, might be trained in specialized skills, perhaps learning to read and write Todd services in the relatively warm chapel, servants were expected to maintain their duties regardless of religious schedules. Margaret often found herself preparing elaborate feasts for religious serve as a clerk, or developing the refined holidays while she herself subsisted on the same meagre rations that sustained her throughout the rest of the winter. Their palate necessary to become a taster. Psychological toll of winter isolation within the castle walls cannot be understated. Cut off from the outside world, these opportunities for advancement were precious and fiercely competed for, creating additional tensions by snow and ice. Servants live within the servant community. The mastered in a closed environment where every slight, every harsh word, every moment of apprentice relationships that developed within the servant hierarchy, often unfairness was magnified by the impossibility of escape. Margaret learned to navigate provided some of the most meaningful human connections available, not just the physical challenges of to medieval servants. An experienced cook might take her work, but also the complex emotional landscape of a community under stress. Yet, even in these darkest months, small acts of kindness among pride in training a young kitchen hand, passing on not only technical skills, but also the subtle arts of reading the moods of the household, anticipating needs, and navigating the complex social dynamics of castle life. These relationships offered a form of mentorship and emotional support that was otherwise rare in the servants' world. However, even these relationships were complicated by the servants provided crucial sustenance for the spirit. A. The competitive nature of castle life and the constant threat kitchen maid might share a bit of extra of displacement. A servant who became too comfortable in their position, or who developed bread with a colleague who looked particularly gad too close, a relationship with their apprentice might find themselves unt. An older servant might offer advice to a younger one struggling with homesickness. These moments of human connection became lifelines in an otherwise harsh, replaced by someone younger, cheaper, or more politically connected. The bonds that formed between servants' existence, reminding the servants that they were more, had to be strong enough to provide than just tools for the castle's operation. The contrast, emotional support, but flexible enough to adapt to the constant changes in household composition and hierarchy between the servants' quarters and the lord's chambers. The question of loyalty presents during winter was perhaps most stark during another fascinating dimension of servant psychology, the evening hours. While the nobility retired to rooms warmed by roaring fires, hung with thick in medieval castles, servants were expected to demonstrate absolute loyalty to their masters. Yet tapestries, and furnished with comfortable, this loyalty was rarely reciprocated. With beds piled high with furs and blankets, servants like Margaret would finish their duties, anything approaching genuine care or concern for their welfare, and retreat to cold, bare. This one-sided emotional contract created complex chambers where the luxury of warm psychological dynamics that servants had to navigate carefully was an impossible dream. The health. Some servants developed what might be termed Stockholm Syndrome relationships with their masters. Genuinely identifying consequences of these winter conditions were severe, and with the interests and well-being of those who held power over them. This psychological adaptation to lasting. Many servants developed chronic coughs that served as a protective mechanism, allowing servants to find meaning and purpose in their subjugation by convincing themselves that they were valued and important members of the household. These servants might take genuine pride in their master's achievements, feel would persist long after winter's end. Others suffered from malnutrition as their already limited diets became even more restricted. The combination of cold, poor nutrition, and constant stress created the perfect conditions for disease to flourish, and it was not uncommon for servants to reel distress at their failures and experience their own identity as intimately tied to the success of the noble family they served. Others simply disappear from their duties, claim servants maintained a more cynical and debt by illnesses that their weakened bodies could not, aged relationship with their masters, fulfilling their duties competently while remaining emotionally aloof from fight-off. As spring finally began the fortunes of the household, these individuals to show its first tentative signs, the servants often developed strong bonds with fellow who had survived another winter in the castle, could look back on servants, creating alternative family structures and months that had tested every aspect of their endurance. They had faced not just the physical challenges of cold and hunger, but also the psychological strain of isolation and the constant pressure of maintaining their duties regardless of personal suffering. Those who emerged from winter still support networks that provided the emotional sustenance denied to them by their official roles. The most psychologically complex servants were perhaps those who managed to maintain a kind of double consciousness, appearing to be loyal and devoted while secretly harboring resentment, ambition, or alternative loyalties. These servants capable of work had proven their resilience in ways that would have been unimaginable to had to be particularly skilled at emotional regulation, those living in more comfortable circumstances. The cycle and social performance, as any slip in their facade could have dire consequences. The physicalical nature of these seasonal challenges meant that even environment of the castle itself played a crucial role in shaping servant psychology and experience. The architecture of medieval castles was as one winter ended. The knowledge of the next already loomed in the minds of castle servants. They are designed to reinforce social hierarchies, with servants typically confined to the lower levels, backed perhaps 6 months of relatively easier conditions before the cycle passages and service areas that were deliberately would begin again, bringing with it all the familiar hidden from the main living spaces of hardships they had just endured. This the nobility. This physical segregation served as a constant reminder of their place in the social order and limited their opportunities for casual interaction with their betters. The servant quarters were typically cramped. Knowledge shaped every decision, every preparation poorly lit and minimally furnished, reflecting the low value placed on servant comfort and privacy. Multiple, every small pleasure they might find during the warmer months. For Margaret and her fellow servants, the castle was simultaneously a place of employment. Servants often shared sleeping spaces, making solitude an shelter, community, and imprisonment. Its walls protected them from the dangers personal reflection difficult to achieve. The lack of privacy extent of the outside world, while also confining them to a life of endless labour and to most aspects of servant life. Their belongings could limited freedom. The winter months intensified all of these contradictions, making be searched at any time. Their conversations with the castle feel more like a survival challenge subject to oversight, and their movements within the castle were carefully monitored and then a home, yet still providing the only restricted. Yet within these constraints, servants found security available to those born into the servant ways to create small spaces of autonomy and self-expression class. A servant might claim a particular corner of the shared sleeping quarters as their own, decorating it with small personal items or mementos that connected them to their past or their hopes for the future. Kitchen servants might develop secret recipes or techniques that gave them a sense of creative control within their prescribed roles. Grooms might develop special relationships with particular horses, finding in these animals a form of companionship and mutual respect that was otherwise unavailable to them. The role of religion in servant life provides another crucial lens for understanding their psychological and emotional experience. The medieval Catholic Church taught that social hierarchies were divinely ordained and that suffering in this life would be rewarded in the next. This theological framework provided some servants with a way to make sense of their circumstances and find hope for eventual justice and recognition. Many servants found genuine comfort in religious observance, seeing in their daily prayers and participation in religious festivals a connection to something larger than their immediate circumstances. The church offered a form of community that transcended social class, where servants could, at least theoretically, stand as equals before God. Religious festivals and holy days provided breaks from the routine of service and opportunities for celebration and communal bonding. However, the Church's message of acceptance and resignation could also serve to reinforce the very systems of oppression that kept servants in their subjugated positions. Servants were taught to see their suffering as spiritually beneficial and their obedience as a form of religious devotion. This religious framework could prevent servants from questioning their circumstances or seeking to improve their conditions through collective action or resistance. Some servants found ways to use religious teachings as a form of quiet resistance, drawing on biblical messages about the dignity of all human beings and the eventual triumph of justice to sustain their sense of self-worth and hope for change. Others used religious observance as a way to maintain connections to their families and communities of origin, particularly if they had been separated from them by their service obligations. The phenomenon of seasonal migration and temporary service arrangements added another layer of complexity to servant life in medieval castles. Not all servants were permanent residents of the castle. Many were hired for specific seasons or events, and then returned to their home communities. This pattern of temporary service created different psychological dynamics than permanent servants slept in their drafty quarters, Etude. As these workers maintained stronger connections to alternative identities and communities outside the castle walls echoed with the settling. Seasonal servants often came from farming sounds of another day's end. The heavy wooden doors communities during periods when agricultural work was less demanding, using creaked shut, sealing away the world beyond their service in the castle as a way to supplement their family's income during lean times. These servants might work in the castle during the winter, these ancient stones. But even as exhaustion claimed their weary bodies, the spectre of winter months when farm work was minimal, then returned to their agricultural approach haunted their dreams. For communities for planting and harvest seasons, this pattern allowed winter in a medieval castle was not merely add them to maintain dual identities, as season of cold and darkness. It was a test of endurance that servants when in the castle, but as separated the strong from the weak, free peasants when in their home communities, the prepared from the desperate. As the psychological impact of this dual existence varied significantly among autumn's final leaves surrendered to the bitter winds, the castle transformed individuals. Some found the contrast between their freed from a bustling centre of activity and servant lives to be a source of strength into a fortress against nature's cruelest months. The servants who, knowing that their subjugation was temporary and that they had an alternative identity waiting for them. Others found had laboured through spring's planting, summer's tending, and autumn's the transition between these different roles to be psychologically difficult. Struggling harvest now faced their greatest challenge. Food stores that had seemed abundant in October dwindled with alarming speed as December's grip tightened. The two adapt to the different expectations and social dynamics Great Hall's fires, once symbols of each environment. The temporary servants also played important roles in maintaining connections between the castle and the of warmth and comfort surrounding communities. They served as sources of news, became precious resources, carefully rationed and information, carrying stories and gossip between the isolated, jealously guarded. Margaret pulled her thin woolen cloak tighter as the world of the castle and the broader society. She made her way through the castle beyond its walls. This function made them valuable but slower passages. The stone walls, which also potentially dangerous as they could spread provided blessed coolness during summer's heat. Favorable information about their masters or reveal now seemed to exhale an endless chill that penetrated to sensitive details about castle life to outside communities, her very bones. Ice crystals formed on the. As we consider the psychological dimensions of servant life in medieval castles, we must also inside of windows, and her breath came in visible acknowledge the remarkable resilience and adaptability that these individuals demonstrated. Despite facing extraordinary challenges to their sense of self and human dignity, many servants, not puffs, even within the castle's supposedly protected walls. The kitchen, once the heart of bustling activity, had only survived, but found ways to maintain their humanity, and even become a place of careful calculation. Cook Eleanor counted and recounted the dwindling supplies, thrive within the constraints of their circumstances. The coping mechanisms that servants developed were sophisticated and varied, reflecting the diversity of human responses. Sacks of grain that grew lighter each day, bar to oppression and adversity. Some found rules of salted meat that revealed their bot strength in community bonds with fellow servants, creating goms too soon. Stores of root vegetables that succumbed to rot despite the servants' best efforts to alternative family structures that provided emotional support and practical assistance. Others discovered sources of meaning and purpose in their work, preserved them. Will need to stretch itself, taking pride in their skills and finding the pottage thinner. Eleanor's satisfaction in performing their duties well, regardless of whether murmured to her assistant. whether this effort was recognized or appreciated by their masters. Thieed hands trembling slightly. Whether from cold or worry servant experience in medieval castles offers profound insights into the human, it was impossible to say. The servant's capacity for adaptation and survival under even the most challenging meals, already meagre during the abundant month circumstances. These men and women, whose names became exercises in making something from nearly nothing, and stories have largely been lost to history, demonstrated extraordinary turnip peels that would have been courage and resilience in maintaining their humanity, while discarded in summer became precious additions to the communal pot. Water, that most basic necessity, presented its own torments. The castle's wells, while protected from freezing, required increasingly dangerous navigating systems designed to deny their full personhood. Their legacy extends far beyond the medieval period, offering lessons about the importance of human dignity, the dangers of systemic inequality, and the remarkable strength of the human spirit in the face of adversity. As we examine their journeys as ice made the stone steps treacherous, servants' lives and experiences, we gain not slipped and fell with frightening regularity. Their bodies only historical knowledge, but also a deeper appreciation for the freedoms and opportunities that we often take for granted in our modern world. The servants of medieval castles were already weakened by reduced rations, unable to, with not merely background figures in the grand narrative, stand even minor injuries that would heal quickly in of history. They were complex individuals whose struggles better times. The stables became a source, adaptations, and quiet acts of resistance helped shape the of bitter irony, while the law world in which they lived. Their stories remind us that behind prized warhorses continued to receive every system of power and privilege are real human beings, whose their full measure of hay and grain experiences matter, and whose voices, even when still, the servants' own small livestock, chickens, pensed, deserve to be remembered and honoured. Inigs and goats that provided crucial protein understanding their lives, we better understand our own, and in honouring their memory, we commit ourselves to creating and warmth, began to perish from the cold and lack of adequate feed. Each world where the dignity and worth of every individual is recognised and protect, dead animal represented not just the loss of food, but the disappearance of hope for spring's renewal. Sleep became a luxury as precious as food. Servants huddled together in their quarters. The stone walls of medieval castles have crumbled, but the lessons embedded in the sharing body heat and threadbare blankets. The lives of those who served within them remain as relevant and important today as they were centuries ago. Lucky ones slept near the kitchen fires, but even these coveted spots offered little respite from the bone-deep cold that seemed to emanate from the very stones themselves. Many spent sleepless nights listening to the wind howl through gaps in the walls, each gust a reminder of their vulnerability. Disease stalked the castle corridors with the persistence of a hunting wolf. Weakened by malnutrition and constant exposure to cold, servants fell ill with alarming frequency. Coughs that began as minor irritations developed into lung-rattling ailments that claimed lives with ruthless efficiency. The castle's small infirmary, little more than a room with straw pallets, overflowed with the sick and dying. Those who remained healthy found their daily tasks transformed into Herculean challenges. Drawing water meant breaking through ice thick enough to support a man's weight. Tending to the Lord's chambers required navigating corridors slick with frost and ice. Even the simple act of lighting fires became an ordeal when fingers were too numb to properly grip flint and steel. The psychological toll proved as devastating as the physical hardships. Servants who had maintained their dignity and hope through summer's labours found themselves slowly breaking under winter's relentless assault. Arguments erupted over scraps of food or access to warm spots near fires. Friendships forged through shared labour dissolved in the face of survival's harsh arithmetic. Margaret remembered her grandmother's stories of the terrible winter 20 years past, when the snows had lasted until May, and half the castle's servants had perished before spring's arrival. She had dismissed these tales as the exaggerations of old age, but now she understood their terrifying truth. Winter in a medieval castle was not merely uncomfortable. It was a battle for survival where defeat meant death. The lord and his family, insulated by their wealth and position, remained largely oblivious to the servants' suffering. Their chambers stayed warm, their meals remained substantial, and their concerns focused on matters of politics and warfare rather than the daily struggle for survival playing out in the castle's lower reaches. This indifference was perhaps the cruelest aspect of the servants' winter ordeal. Their suffering was not malicious, but simply invisible to those with the power to alleviate it. As February's cruel grip tightened and food stores reached their lowest ebb, some servants made the desperate decision to flee the castle in search of better prospects elsewhere. Few survived these winter journeys, their bodies found months later when spring's thaw revealed the frozen forms of those who had gambled everything on escape. Yet even in this season of despair, moments of human kindness flickered like candle flames in the darkness. Servants shared their meagre rations with those weaker than themselves. Mothers gave their own food to children, accepting their own slow starvation as the looking price of their offspring's survival. These, at your summary, and the reference materials, are acts of selfless love, provided the only warmth that mattered during winter's darkest hours. The Changing continue the script from where we left off, focusing on the psychological toll and social dynamics that of seasons became an obsession for every soul trapped within the castle walls. Servants scrutinized the servants faced in medieval castles, sky for any sign of spring's approach, celebrating Here's Part 9. The psychological burden of castle service extended far beyond the physical demands, the smallest increases in daylight hours, with the fur of daily labor, within the stone vore of religious devotees. The first tentative bare walls that housed hundreds of souls, servants existed in a state of constant surveillanced songs of late February, were greeted as divine messages of and social anxiety that would be difficult hope and redemption. When spring finally arrived, it for modern minds to comprehend, every gesture, every word, every came not as a gentle awakening, but as a moment of their waking lives' resurrection. Survivors emerged from their winter ordeal, fundamentally changed, bearing invisible scars that would never was subject to scrutiny by those above them in the rigid hierarchy that governed castle life. Consider the plight of a young scullery maid named Agnes, who began her service at barely fully heel. They had stared into the abyss of human suffering and somehow found the strength to continue. Their endurance through winter's trial, 12 years of age, had forged them into something harder and more resilient than before. The cycle torn from her family's modest cottage, she found herself thrust into a world where a single misstep could mean there would begin anew, with spring's PL difference between a meagre meal and going ganting and summer's growth, but the memory of winter to bed hungry. The kitchen where she too's testing would remain. Each servant who survived was a realm of unforgiving heat and purport carried within them the knowledge that they had face your motion, where the head cook ruled with an iron fist and the other servants competed the ultimate challenge and prevailed. This knowledge became their armor against future hardships, and desperately for the smallest advantages their testament to the indomitable nature of the human spirit. Agnes learned quickly that survival, for in the end, winter depended not just on completing her assigned tasks, but on navig in a medieval castle, revealed the truth that layeting the treacherous waters beneath all the pageantry and hierarchy of castle politics. She discovered that information was currency in this closed whirl feudal life, that survival was thed, a carelessly overheard conversation between noble's greatest victory of all, and that the servants, a glimpse of a private letter, who endured these trials, were the true heroes of their age. Knowledge of who visited whose, unsung and unremembered, but absolutely chambers after dark, these fragments of intelligence essential to the continuation of their world, could be traded for protection, better food, or simply the promise that one would not become the target of another servant's desperate schemes. The constant fear of dismissal hung over every servant like a sword suspended by the thinnest thread. Unlike the peasants in the fields who, despite their hardships, had some claim to their small plots of land, castle servants owned nothing and could be cast out at a moment's notice. A lord's displeasure, a lady's whim, an accusation of theft or impropriety, any of these could result in immediate expulsion from the only home many servants had ever known. This precarious existence bred a culture of whispered alliances and bitter rivalries that played out in the shadows of castle life. Servants formed factions based on their origins, their length of service, or their proximity to power. Those who served the lord's family directly looked down upon the kitchen staff, who in turn scorned the stable hands, who themselves felt superior to the lowliest drudges, who cleaned the latrines and hauled away refuse. Yet within this harsh social ecosystem, unexpected bonds of genuine affection and loyalty could flourish. Agnes found herself drawn to an older serving woman named Margot, who had spent nearly 3 decades within the castle walls. Margot became both mentor and surrogate mother, teaching Agnes not just the practical skills needed to survive, but the subtle arts of reading the moods of their betters and anticipating their needs before they were even voiced. The relationship between servant and master was perhaps the most psychologically complex aspect of castle life. Servants were expected to be simultaneously invisible and indispensable, to know their place while demonstrating initiative, to maintain absolute loyalty while accepting that they could be discarded without a moment's thought. This paradox created a peculiar form of intimacy. Servants often knew their masters better than anyone else in the world, privy to their private fears, their secret vices, their moments of weakness and vulnerability. Some servants, particularly those who served in personal capacities as valets, ladies' maids, or trusted advisors, developed relationships with their masters that transcended the normal boundaries of class. These fortunate few might receive small gifts, better quarters, or even promises of provision in old age. But such favour was always fragile, dependent on maintaining a delicate balance between familiarity and deference that could shift without warning. The psychological toll of this existence manifested in various ways throughout the servant population. Some retreated into themselves, performing their duties with mechanical precision, while nurturing rich inner lives filled with fantasies of escape or revenge. Others threw themselves into the competitive dynamics of castle life, clawing their way up the servant hierarchy with ruthless determination. Many found solace in the religious rhythms that punctuated castle life. The daily prayers, the feast days, the seasonal celebrations provided structure and meaning in lives that might otherwise seem purposeless. The promise of reward in the afterlife offered comfort to those who could expect little improvement in their earthly circumstances. The castle chapel became a refuge where servants could momentarily forget their station and imagine the church bells rang across the Scottish countryside, signalling the end of another long themselves as equal souls before God. Here, kneeling alongside nobles and knights, they could experience day of labour. Margaret slowly made her way back to a brief respite from the servants' quarters. Her feet ached from hours of standing in the castle's kitchens, and her hands were raw reminders of their inferior status. Some from scrubbing endless pots and whole servants found genuine faith in these moments. Whiling buckets of water from others simply appreciated the temporary escape from the real the well. But today had brought endless demands of service. Perhaps most sought something different, Something that made her wheologically challenging was the way castle life seemed to stretch endlessly into the future, with little hope of change. Unlike peasants who might dream of better harvests, or craftery heartbeat a little faster, with men who could aspire to master their trade's anticipation. Word had spread through the castle like wildfire that morning. The king himself would be arriving within the fortnight for an extended visit. Bringing with him his entire most castle servants could see only an endless succession retinue of nobles, knights, and their of identical days stretching before them. The fortunate few might rise to positions of greater own servants. For Margaret and her fellow responsibility, a kitchen maid might become a cook castle workers. This meant weeks of preparation. A stable boy might become a groom, but the fundamental nature of their existence remained unlike anything they had experienced before. The castle's steward, Master Edmund, unchanged. This sense of temporal imprisonment was particularly had gathered all the servants in the great acute for those servants who had once known different hall just after dawn to announce the monumental task ahead. His weathered face was lives. Former peasants who had lost their land, craft grave as he spoke of the king's expectations, men whose trades had failed. Younger, the elaborate feasts that would need to be prepared. And the impost sons of minor nobility who had fallen unbelievably high standards that would be demanded of every on hard times. All found themselves trapped in a world soul within these walls. Margaret had that offered security at the cost of freedom, listened with growing dread as Edmund detailed the work and dignity. The isolation from the outside world comp ahead. The kitchens would need to ounded these psychological pressures. While nobles might travel between castles, attend tournaments, or journey to court, servants rarely left the confines of their stone operate from before sunrise until well past midnight. Every chamber in the castle would require thorough cleaning in prison. Their knowledge of the wider world came filtered preparation. Fresh rushes would need to be laid throughout the halls through the experiences and prejudices of their masters, tapestries cleaned and mended, and the great creating a distorted understanding of life beyond the castle walls. Fireplaces stoked constantly to ward off the autumn chill. But it was the feast. Yet it was precisely within these constraints that servants' preparations that truly struck fear into the hearts of the kitchen staff. Margaret knew that feeding the king and his court meant procuring delicacies that the castle rarely saw. Exotic spices would develop remarkable resilience and creativity. Unable to change their circumstances through conventional means, they found subtle ways to assert their humanity and maintain their dignity. They developed elaborate codes of behavior that allowed them to communicate a need to be purchased at enormous expense from traveling displeasure or resistance without openly defying authority. They created informal networks of mutual support that merchants. Hunting parties would scour the surrounding operated beneath the notice of their masters. They cultivate forests for game worthy of royal tables. The castle's own livestock aided small pleasures and private victories that sustained them through the dark would be culled to provide the finest, cutsest moments of their servitude. The servants of meat. As Margaret entered the servants' quarters, that quarters themselves became a world apart. Where the ridgy evening, she found her fellow workers already deep in discussioned hierarchies of the castle, could be temporarily suspended and replace about the challenges ahead. Agnes, the head cookstee by more egalitarian relationships based on shared hardship and mutual understanding assistant, sat on her straw mattress with. Here, in the brief hours between the end of one day's service and the beginning of the next, servants could tears streaming down her cheeks, speak freely, share their fears and hopes, and remain. The responsibility of helping to prepare meals fit for a king had overwhelmed themselves that they were more than merely extensions of their masters, whelmed her completely. How can we possibly manage? As we delve deeper into this hidden world of medieval castle life, we begin to understand that the servants who populated these great strongholds were not merely it. Agnes whispered to the small group gathered around her. "We've never prepared food for so many nobles before. What if we fail? Background figures in the grand drama of medieval history. What if the king finds fault with our? They were complex individuals struggling to work." The fear in Agnes's voice was palpable. Maintain their humanity within a system designed to reduce them to mere instruments of their master's comfort and convenience. Their story is one of quiet courage, and Margaret understood it completely. In the face of overwhelming odds, of dignity preserved despite constant humiliation, and of their world, failure to please one community forged in the crucible's betters could result in severe punishment. A servant who disappointed Roy of shared suffering. Their legacy Remenalty might face anything from a brutal beating to dismissal without references, effectively condemning them to a life of begging or starvation. Olds us that even in history's dark Thomas, who had served in the castle Longerus Corners, the human spirit finds ways to e'en than anyone could remember, tried to offerdure, adapt, and ultimately transcend the circumstances that seek to define and limit it. Some comfort to the anxious group. His gnarled hands gestured as he spoke of royal visits he had witnessed in decades past. "The secret," he said in his creaky voice, "is to work as one. We must put aside our individual fears and labor together as a family. Each of us has skills that the others need." Margaret nodded at Thomas's words, though privately she wondered if any amount of cooperation could prepare them for what lay ahead. She had heard stories from servants in other castles about royal visits gone wrong, tales of cooks who had been flogged for serving meat that displeased the royal palate, or chambermaids who had been dismissed for failing to maintain the spotless conditions expected in royal quarters. The next morning brought the beginning of what would prove to be the most grueling weeks of Margaret's life. She was awakened before dawn by the sound of pots clanging in the kitchens below. Master Edmund had not exaggerated when he spoke of the early hours they would need to keep. In the kitchens, Margaret found chaos unlike anything she had ever witnessed. The head cook, Master William, barked orders while wielding a wooden spoon like a weapon. Scullery maids scurried back and forth carrying enormous pots and platters. The great hearths roared with fires that made the entire kitchen feel like a furnace, even in the cool autumn air. Margaret's first task of the day was to help prepare the castle's stores of preserved meats. Barrels of salted pork and beef needed to be inspected, with any pieces showing signs of spoilage carefully removed. This work was particularly unpleasant, as the strong salt used for preservation often made her hands crack and bleed, while the smell of the preserved meat made her stomach turn. As she worked, Margaret listened to Master William explaining the elaborate dishes they would need to prepare for the royal feasts. There would be roasted peacocks with their feathers carefully reattached for display, elaborate meat pies shaped like castles and decorated with gold leaf, subtleties, intricate sugar sculptures that would serve as centerpieces for the royal table. The complexity of these dishes was staggering to Margaret, who was accustomed to preparing simple fare for the castle's regular inhabitants. She watched in amazement as the more experienced cooks began practicing techniques they would need for the royal visit. One cook spent an entire morning learning to prepare a sauce that required dozens of exotic spices to be ground in precise proportions. But perhaps the most challenging aspect of the preparation was the sheer scale of the operation. The king would arrive with a retinue of hundreds of people, all of whom would need to be fed multiple times each day. This meant that every recipe would need to be multiplied many times over, requiring careful calculation to ensure that the proportions remained correct. Margaret found herself assigned to help with the preparation of bread, which would be needed in enormous quantities. The castle's baker, Master Robert, was a skilled craftsman who took great pride in his work. But even he seemed overwhelmed by the prospect of producing the hundreds of loaves that would be required each day during the royal visit. The process of making bread on such a scale was backbreaking work. Margaret spent hours grinding grain with a heavy quernstone, her arms aching from the repetitive motion. The flour had to be sifted multiple times to remove any impurities that might offend royal sensibilities. Even the water used in the bread had to be carefully sourced from the castle's purest well. As the days passed, Margaret began to understand why royal visits were so feared by castle servants. Every aspect of their normal routine had been disrupted and intensified. The work that usually filled their days from dawn to dusk now extended far into the night. Many servants were getting only a few hours of sleep before being awakened to begin the cycle anew. The physical toll was evident in the faces and movements of her fellow workers. Agnes had developed a persistent cough from the long hours spent in the smoky kitchens. Thomas moved more slowly than usual, his aged body struggling to keep up with the demands being placed upon it. Even the younger servants showed signs of exhaustion, their usual chatter replaced by grim determination. But it wasn't just the physical demands that weighed heavily on the servants. The psychological pressure of preparing for the king's arrival created an atmosphere of constant tension throughout the castle. Master Edmund prowled the halls like a caged animal, inspecting every detail and finding fault with work that would normally be considered acceptable. Margaret witnessed several servants receiving harsh punishment for minor infractions during these weeks of preparation. A young scullery maid was beaten for dropping a pewter plate, even though it suffered no damage. A stable boy was confined to the stocks for half a day after one of the horses under his care developed a minor limp. The inequity of their situation was never more apparent to Margaret than during these weeks of preparation. While she and her fellow servants worked themselves to the point of collapse, the castle's nobles spent their time in leisurely preparation for the king's arrival. They had new clothes made, practiced their courtly manners, and debated which gifts would be most appropriate to present to their royal guest. Margaret often caught glimpses of this other world as she went about her duties. She were life as a servant in a medieval castle. See The Lord's Daughter Having Her Hair Arranged, Part 10. Yet even within bed, by a personal maid, while Margaret herself hadn't had time to properly wash her own hair in days suffocating confines of castle service. Servants. She would observe nobles discussing the entertainment, developed intricate ways to preserve fragments of their humanity they planned to provide for the king, while she worried about whether there would be enough food to fee. In the shadows between their endless duties, they created all the royal servants. The contrast was particularly striking when it came to the preparation of the royal chambers themselves. Margaret was assigned to help clean and prepare hidden world of quiet rebellions and small free the rooms where the king and his closest companions would stay. These chambers were furnished with luxuries that seemed almost magical to someone accustomed to sleeping on estems that their masters never suspected. Thesaurour pallets. The royal bed was moments of resistance were not grand gestures of enormous, with a feather mattress and defiance, but rather subtle acts of self silk hangings that cost more than most servants' preservation, that allowed them to maintain some sense of dignity in a system designed to strip would earn in a lifetime. The it away. The kitchen servants, for instance, developed an elaborate network of silent communication that allowed them to share information. Floors were covered with fine carpets brought from distant lands, warnings, and even small tapestries depicting scenes of noble hunts and court comforts without their overseers noticing. A particular way of arranging utensils might signal that the head cook was in a foul mood and should be avoided. The placement of certain ingredients could indicate which servants were ill and needed extrally romance adorn the walls. Even the chamber pots were made of silver rather than the help with their tasks. These codes, passed down through generations of kitchen workers' crude pottery used by everyone else in the castle, created a sense of solidarity that transcended the official hierarchy of the castle. In the stables, grooms would sometimes take extra. As Margaret carefully polished the silver fixtures in the royal chambers, she couldn't help but reflect time grooming the horses, not on the vast differences between her world and that of the nobility out of dedication to their work, but the king would sleep in comfort that she could barely imagine, while she would continue to rest on her thin straw mattress in the crowded servants' quarters. He would dine on delicacies prepared because it provided precious moments of peace away with ingredients worth more than she would see in years, while she subsisted on the simple fare, all from the constant surveillance of the stable master, the gent allotted to castle servants. Yet despite rhythm of brushing a horse's coat became the exhaustion and the stark reminders of her lower form of meditation, a brief respite from the harsh realities of their daily existence. Some servantly position, Margaret found herself taking at even-formed emotional bonds with the animals they strange pride in the work she was doing. Tended, finding in these creatures that there was something deeply satisfying about contributing to only relationships in their lives, free from the complexities of social hierarchy and human cruelty. The laundresses, working together in the castle's washing an effort that would showcase the castle at Chambers, developed their own form of resistance through song. While their voices rose in traditional ballads and its finest, she took care to ensure that every work songs they would surface, she gleamed, that alter the lyrics to include coded messages about their master's failings, or to share every detail met the exacting standards required for a royal visit. This pride was shared by many of her fellow servants, Margaret noticed. Despite their complaints and fears, there was an underlying sense of purpose in their work, IP that might prove useful for survival. These they were preparing to welcome the King of Conversations, allowed them to process their experiences and maintain connections with one another, even under the watchful eyes of their supervisors. Perhaps most remarkably, some servants managed to carve out small spaces of personal ownership within the castle walls, their realm, and that carried a significance that transcended their personal scullery maid might claim discomfort. The sense of community among the servants also seemed to strengthen during these challenging a particular corner of the kitchen, where she kept a small collection of smooth weeks. Margaret observed acts of kindness and mutual stones found during her brief excursions to the castle well. A stable boy might nurture a patch of will support that might not have occurred during normal times. When Agnes's persistent cough grew worse, other kitchen herbs growing near the castle walls, tending them in stolen moments between his official duties. These tiny workers quietly took on some of her duties without being territories represented more than mere possessions. They were assertions asked. When Thomas struggled with a particularly heavy low of selfhood in a world that sought to deny such, younger servants appeared to help without waiting for instructions. These small jest concepts to those of a low station, the evening chores of solidarity, reminded Margaret that even in their difficult circumstances, they were not alone. The bonds hours, when most of the castle's nobility, forged through shared hardship, had retired, became a time of relative to form a family among the castle's servants, freedom for many servants. In the darkness of one that provided emotional suss their shared quarters, they would gather to share stories, teach one another skill sentence, even when physical comfort was scarce. As the date of the king's arrival drew closer, the intensity of the preparations reached a fever pitch. Margaret found herself working longer hours than she had ever thought possible, her body moving through the motions of her duties even as her mind grew that might prove useful, and even engage in simple games numb with exhaustion. That reminded them of childhood freedoms long lost. And the kitchens operated in a constant state of controlled chaos, with servants rushing to complete tasks that seemed to multiply faster than they could be finished. Elderly chambermaid, might teach younger servants how to read dead. The night before the king's subtle signs of their mistress's moods knowledge arrival, Margaret collapsed onto her side that could mean the difference between a peaceful raw mattress without even removing her workday and a brutal punishment. An experienced kitchen worker might share techniques for stretching meager food rations or for identifying which SCR clothes. Her body ached in-apps from the noble tables were safe to consume places she hadn't known could hurt. These gatherings also served as informal, and her hands were so raw courts where servants could seek justice for wrongs committed against them by their peers. While from constant work, that even the rough wool of her dress felt painful against her skin. Around her, the other they had no recourse against abuse from their masters. They developed servants settled into their own exhausted sleep, their own systems of accountability and protection within, knowing that tomorrow would bring the culmination of all their weeks of preparation. But their community, a servant who stole from another's meager possessions, might fin as Margaret drifted towards sleep. She found herself thinking not of the pain and themselves shunned by the group, effectively cutting them off from the support network that made it exhaustion, but of the remarkable achievement they castle life bearable. Conversely, those had accomplished together. In just a few short who showed kindness and solidarity might receive extra weeks. They had transformed the castle into a place worthy of receiving royalty. They had prepared feasts that would rival those of any great house in the realm. They had worked as a team to meet standards that had seemed impossible when Master Edmund first announced help during times of illness or particular hardship. Fed the king's visit, tomorrow would bring new challenges as religious life of the castle provided another avenue for servants they actually served their royal guests. But tonight, Margaret to assert their humanity. While they were required to attend services and observe religious holidays, many allowed herself a moment of quiet satisfaction. She had proven found in these occasions, opportunities for personal reflection and community to herself, that she could meet demands far building that transcended their daily struggles. The shared experience of worship created temporary moments where beyond what she had thought possible. She, the rigid hierarchies of castle life, Seem had discovered reserves of strength and endurance that she hadn't known she possessed, and less absolute. In the eyes of God, she had done it all while maintaining the dignity and prided. A servant's prayer was theoretically as that made her more than just another valuable as a lord's, and this pair of hands in service to her bet belief provided a psychological refuge from the Constanters. As sleep finally claimed her, Margaret reminded us of their inferior status. Some servants even managed to develop rudimentary forms of education's last conscious thought was a prayer of within the castle walls. A porter who had learned to read might secretly teach others using gratitude, not just for surviving religious texts or scraps of administrative documents as teaching materials. The preparations, but for the opportunity to discover this knowledge, was carefully guarded and shared only among what she was truly capable of when circumstances the most trusted individuals, as literacy among servants was often viewed with suspicion, by demanded her very best. Tomorrow the king would arrive, and she would be ready to serve their masters. Yet the ability to read opened him with the skill and dedication that had carried her through these transformative weeks of preparation. Fed up new worlds of possibility, allowing servants to better understand the political and economic sound of a bell tolling in the pre-forces that shaped their lives. The seasonal dawn darkness jolted Margaret from her brief rhythms of castle life, also provided opportunities for sleep. For a moment, she lay servants to experience fleeting moments of celebration and community during harvest festivals, religious confused in the darkness, her body protesting against the prospect of movement, then memory holidays and special occasions marking noble births or marriages flooded back. Today was the day the king would arrive. After weeks of preparation, the moment they had all been working toward was The usual restrictions were sometimes relaxed finally at hand. Around her in the servants' quarters, Margaret could hear the rustling of straw and quiet groans as her fellow workers roused themselves for what would undoubtedly be the most challenging day of their lives. The normal complaints about early rising were notably absent this morning, replaced by AED, and servants might receive additional food, tense silence that spoke to the magnitude of what lay ahead. In the kitchens, Master William's small gifts, or brief respites from their lab, had already been working for hours, his facers. While these occasions were carefully controlled by their masters and designed primarily to serve the noble's grim with concentration as he supervised the final preparations for the royal feast, the great hearth's interests, servants learned to maximize whatever genuine joy they could extract from these rare breaks in their routine. Winter months brought their roared with fires that had been carefully owned forms of solidarity as servants huddled together for warmth in their inadequate quarters. The share banked through the night, and the aired misery of cold, hunger, and exhaustion created bonds that transcended the petty rivalries and competitions that their masters deliberately fostered among them. In these dark months, servants would pool their meagre resources, sharing whatever was thick with the smoke and steam of cooking food. Margaret took her assigned position and began the day's work, her movements extra clothing, food, or fuel they could obtain. These acts of mutual automatic after weeks of repetition, aid were often the difference between survival and death. But today felt different from all the days for the most vulnerable members of the servant community. The knowledge that servants accumulated about a preparation that had preceded it. There, their masters' private lives became another, was an electric tension in the air, a form of power, however limited. Sense that years of service had led to this single chambermaids knew which nobles were moment when everything would be tested. Margaret found having affairs. Kitchen servants overheard politicaled herself moving with extra care, double-checking every conversations, and personal attendants witnessed moments' task to ensure that nothing would go wrong under the royal gaze. As the of weakness and vulnerability that contra morning progressed, word came from dictated the public personas of their employers, the castle's lookouts, that the royal party had been spotted on the horizon. The news. While servants could rarely use this information openly, sent a ripple of nervous energy without facing severe punishment, it provided them with a psychological through the castle, and Margaret could feel her heart beginning to race with anticipation and fear. Soon, very soon, all advantage and occasionally practical benefits when wielded with extreme care and subtlety. Some, their weeks of preparation, would be put to the ultimate test. Servants even managed to develop rudimentary forms of artistic expression within the constraints of their positions. A talented seamstress might incorporate subtle personal touches into the clothing she mended, creating tiny works of art that went unnoticed by her masters, but provided her with creative satisfaction. A stable hand with a gift for carving might fashion small wooden figurines during breaks, trading them with other servants or keeping them as personal treasures. These creative outlets served as crucial reminders that they possessed talents and abilities beyond their capacity for manual labor. The relationships between servants and the castle's children often provided some of the most genuine human connections available to them. Young nobles, before they were fully indoctrinated into the rigid class distinctions of their society, sometimes formed genuine attachments to their nurses, tutors, and playmates among the servant children. While these relationships were ultimately constrained by social expectations and usually ended as the noble children matured, they offered servants rare glimpses of being valued for their personal qualities, rather than merely their utility. As we approach the conclusion of our exploration into the lives of medieval castle servants, it becomes clear that their existence was characterized not only by oppression and hardship, but also by remarkable resilience and adaptability. Despite the system's best efforts to reduce them to mere instruments of their master's will, they consistently found ways to preserve their humanity, create meaningful connections, and maintain hope for something better. Their stories remind us that even in the darkest periods of human history, the fundamental dignity of individual people finds ways to assert itself, however quietly and however briefly. These servants, whose names history has largely forgotten, were the foundation upon which the grand narrative of medieval castle life was built. Their labour made possible the political machinations, military campaigns, and cultural achievements that filled the chronicles of their time. Yet their own experiences, struggles, and small triumphs represent an equally important part of the human story, one that deserves to be remembered and honoured for the courage it took simply to endure and to retain compassion for others while living under such circumstances. Looking at your request and the reference materials, I'll write part 11 of the 12-part series, continuing from where the royal visit narrative left off and building toward the conclusion of the series. The echoes of the royal visit had barely faded when winter's icy grip tightened around the castle once more. Margaret pulled her thin woolen shawl closer as she made her way through the servant corridors, the familiar weight of duty settling back onto her shoulders. The grand spectacle was over. The noble guests had departed in their fine carriages, and now the castle had returned to its usual rhythm. Yet something had changed during those frenzied days of preparation and performance. The servants had tasted something different, a fleeting sense of their own capability and worth that lingered even as they resumed their ordinary tasks. In the kitchens, the massive hearths that had roared day and night for the royal feast now held only modest fires. The cook, his face still bearing the exhaustion of those intense days, moved with a quieter authority as he directed the preparation of simpler meals. The grand silver platters had been polished and stored away, replaced once again by wooden bowls and pewter dishes. Yet there was a subtle shift in how he carried himself, a confidence born from having successfully orchestrated meals fit for a king. Even Margaret noticed it as she delivered her daily reports on the linen stores. Master Edmund no longer barked orders with quite the same harshness, and there was an almost imperceptible nod of acknowledgement when she informed him that all the royal bedding had been cleaned and carefully stored. The great hall, so recently alive with music and laughter, had been stripped of its finery. The tapestries were rolled and stored. The extra tables looking at your previous work and the reference materials are dismantled, and the rushes on the floor replaced with fresh ones. But the servants who swept continue the script, focusing on the psychological aspects of servant life and their methods of survival. and unscrubbed these familiar spaces moved with a different energy. They had seen what they were capable of achieving when they worked together toward a common goal. Younged resistance. Here's part 11. Yet beneath this Tom, who had nearly dropped a platter during surface of submission and servitude, the feast, now carried himself with more ass-servants of medieval castles, harbourants as he went about his daily tasks. The kitchen mared secret worlds of their own making. In the shadowy corridors after midnight, when the lords and ladies slids who had stayed up all night preparing delicacies now ate soundly in their chambers, tackled their routine bread-making with a different castle came alive. Here sense of shared purpose that hadn't existed before. Margaret found, in these stolen moments, servants herself reflecting on these changes as she went about her morning rounds, reclaimed fragments of their humanity through the linen closets, where her domain once again, whispered conversations, shared stories, and quiet, neat and orderly, with every sheet acts of defiance that their masters never witness and pillowcase in its proper place. But the kitchen maids would gather around dying embers, speaking in hushed tones she could still remember the controlled chaos of those preparation about their dreams beyond these walls. Margaret, whose days, when every piece of fabric in the castle had been examined, mended, and arranged with military hands were perpetually stained with soot and gras precision. The memory brought an unexpected warmth to her chest, ease. would describe the small cottage she imagined, our pride she had never felt in her quiet, solitary work. She had been part of something larger, something magnificent, and that knowledge would stay with her through all the ordinary days to come. The changes weren't lost on the lord of the castle either. Asning someday, with a garden where she could grow herbs not for her master's table, but for her own healing, he walked through his domain in the day's remedies. These dreams, however impossible they seemed, became, following the royal departure, he observed acts of rebellion against a system that sought to define them solely by their labour. In the servants his servants with new eyes, the quarter's stories became currency more valuable than the few copper coins they might earn. All efficiency they had displayed during the visit to Thomas, the head groom, whose had not entirely disappeared. Tasks were completed more SW back was bent from decades of hauling feed and mucking stables, was swiftly, with less supervision required. There was a cohesion among his household staff, the keeper of tales that stretched back generations that hadn't existed before. Born from there, he would recount stories of servants' shared triumph. He made a mental note to remember who had escaped their bonds, of kitchen boys who became merchants, of scullery maids who married free men. Whether these tales were true in this when planning future entertainments, recognizing that his servants were capable of far more than he had previously imagined. Forratted less than the hope they kindled in young Margaret, the return to routine brought both relief and a heart that believed their current circumstances were not strange melancholy. The intensity of the royal visit had been exhausting, but it had also been ex-permanent. The servants developed their own interrelating in ways she was only beginning to understand. Kate's social hierarchy, completely separate from the official, she had discovered reserves of strength and competence she had in castle structure. This shadow society had its own rules, its known she possessed. The other servants looked to own justice, and its own forms of protection her now with a respect that went beyond her. When young Peter, barely 14, a new official position as keeper of the linens, she had proven herself under the most demanding circumstances, and that proof had changed how others saw her and how she saw herself. To his role as a stable boy was caught stealing an apple from the Lord's orchards. It was not the castle's official punishment that awaited him, but the servants' own swift justice. They understood. The kitchen staff too carried themselves differently, that one servant's transgression could bring. They had worked as a team in ways that went harsh retribution upon them all, so far beyond their usual cooperation. The spit boy they policed themselves with a combination of mercy and pragmatism, that who had nearly collapsed from exhaustion during their noble masters could never comprehend. The laundresses, who spent their days bent over stir, the feast preparations, now approached his daily tasks with the confidence aiming tubs of water, scrubbing the of someone who had proven he could endure. The scullery maids who had SCR fine linens and elaborate garments of the nobility developed perhaps the most sophisticated pots until their hands bled, now took pride in the gleaming cleanliness of their domain network of information exchange. As they worked, they would share news from other households, carried by. They had all been tested and had not been found wanting. Winter deepened around the castle, bringing travelling servants and visiting dignitaries. Through these wise with it, the familiar challenges of cold, shortened days, and peered conversations over washing tubs, they learned dwindling supplies. But this year felt different. The servants' of political intrigues, marriage negotiations faced these hardships with a resilience that had been strengthened by their recent trials. They had learned to support each other in new ways, to communicate more effectively, and to take pride in their collective achievements. The bonds forged in the heat of, and conflicts between noble houses long before such news preparation for the royal visit had cooled into something more lasting, reached official channels. This information became their own form of power, allowing them to anticipate changes that might affect their lives and to prepare accordingly. The seamstresses and embroiderers, whose and valuable than the temporary glory of that nimble fingers, created the beautiful tapestries and clothing that adorned the castle. Spectacular event. Margaret noticed these changes most clearly in the small moments of daily found their own quiet rebellion in their craft. While life, when young Sarah struggled with a particularly heavy load of laundry, others stepped in to help without being asked. When the appearing to dutifully execute the designs demanded by their missed cook fell ill for several days, the kitchen staff organizeresses, they would incorporate tiny symbols and patterns known themselves to maintain meal service without the chaos that such only to themselves. A particular stitch pattern might commemorate an absence would have caused in the past. There arrayed a servant who had died. A hidden flower was a new understanding among them, that they were all part of something might represent a secret love, or a barely visible burr larger than their individual roles. A household that funked might symbolize their dreams of freedom. These secret messages, woven into the very fabric of No Blind Best when everyone contributed their best efforts. The conversations among the servants had changed too, where luxury represented a form of artistic resistance that went once they had focused mainly on complaints about completely unnoticed by those who wore in their burdens or gossip about the nobility. Now they shared stories of their successes during the royal visit. Tom would recount how he had managed to serve an entire course without incident. The laundry maids would laugh about the mountain of fine linens they had conquered, displayed these creations. The stable hands and grooms developed an almost mystical connection with the horses in their care. These magnificent animals, bred for war and status, often received better food and housing than the servants who tended them. Yet, in caring for these creatures, these stories became part of the household. The servants found a strange form of companionship. Thed's collective memory, a shared narrative of competence and achievement that elevate horses could not betray their secrets, or report their sense of themselves and their work, small acts of rebellion. A groom might whiss. Even the hierarchy among the servants had supped per his frustrations to a destrier wildly shifted. Merit and capability brushing its coat, or share his dreams with, demonstrated so clearly during the royal visit, a palfrey while cleaning its hooves. These, now carried more weight than animals, became confidence in a world where trust, simple seniority. Margaret found herself consulted on matters beyond her official responsibilities was dangerous, and friendship was a luxury few could afford. Her judgment trusted, because she had proven it under pressure. The cook delegated more significant tasks to assistants, who children born to servants within the castle walls grew up had shown they could handle responsibility. A new meritocracy had emerged within in this strange dual world, learning early the servant class, one based on demonstrated ability rather than mere to navigate between the official hierarchy that demanded their subservience and the underground tradition, as the week's community that nurtured their spirits. They developed past, Margaret began to understand an almost supernatural ability to become invisible when that the royal visit had been more than necessary, slipping through shadows and moving silently through corridors. They learned to read the just an extraordinary event in their ordinary lives. It had been moods and intentions of their a revelation of what was possible when circumstances demanded excellence and when people masters through subtle signs, the set of a jaw, the rhythm of footsteps, rose to meet those demands. The servants had discovered that they were capable of creating the tone of voice, knowledge that could mean the difference between a beating and being overlooked entirely. The serving girls, whose something beautiful and worthy of ADM attended the noble ladies, learned to perfect their ration, even within the constraints of their humble art of selective hearing and strategic blindness. They witnessed positions. This knowledge changed everything, even as the outward circumstances of their lives remained largely the same. The castle settled into its winter routines, but beneath the familiar patterns of daily life, intimate conversations, family disputes, and personal secrets, Yet their survival depended on their ability. Fundamental had shifted. The servants moved through to appear as if they had heard and seen nothing. They became living furniture, present their tasks with a quiet confidence that hadn't existed before. They had proven themselves capable but not acknowledged, essential but not value of excellence, and that proof lived. Yet in their silence, they accumulated in their memories and in their changed knowledge and understanding of human nature that would serve relationships with each other. Margaret smiled to herself as she folded the last of them throughout their lives. The male servants who served in the great hall during the day's clean linens, remembered feasts and celebrations, developed their own complex dance of service and subtle resistance. They learning the frantic energy of the royal preparations and feeling grateful for both the chaos to anticipate needs before and the calm that had followed. They were expressed to appear instantly. The royal visit was over, but its true legacy lived on in the hearts and minds of the castle's servants. They had glimpsed what they could achieve when they worked together toward a common goal, and that when summoned, yet disappear, just glimpse had changed them forever, in as quickly when dismissed. But in these moments of apparent submission, they also found opportunities for small acts of defiance, serving a disli the quiet moments between their daily tasks. They carried within them the knowledge that they were capable of creating something magnificent, something worthy to guest slightly less wine, ensuring of kings. And in that knowledge lay a dignity and pride that no favoured child received an extra portion of sweets or timing amount of hardship could entirely diminish. Winter, their service to coincide with moments that might embarrass a particularly might be closing in around them cruel master. The elderly servants, those who had survived decades within the castle walls once again, with all its familiar, became the unofficial historians and wisdom challenges and deprivations. But the servants of the castle faced keepers of this hidden community. They remembered which masters had shown kindness and which had been crueled it as changed people. They had tea, which strategies for survival had proven effective, and which risks sasted excellence and found it within their reach. They had discovered they were worth taking. They passed down knowledge about power of working together toward a share which herbs could ease pain, which prayers purpose. Most importantly, they had learned might bring comfort, and which roots through that their contributions mattered, that their skills and dedication could create something truly remarkable. These lessons would sustain them through the dark months ahead and echo in their hearts long after the last. The castle was safest during different times of day. This accumulated wisdom became the foundation upon which younger servants built their own survival strategies. The concept of time took on different meanings for servants than for their masters, while the traces of the royal visit had faded from memory. Nobility marked time through seasons of hunting, periods of war, and cycles of celebration. Servants measured their lives in smaller, more intimate moments. The brief rest between finishing morning duties and beginning afternoon tasks. The stolen conversation during the changing of the guard. The quiet moment before dawn when the castle slept and they could exist, however briefly, as themselves rather than as extensions of their master's will. Love, when it existed among the servants, became an act of radical hope in a world designed to crush such feelings. Courtship had to be conducted in glances across crowded kitchens, in brief touches while passing in corridors, and in messages conveyed through trusted intermediaries. Marriage, when possible, required the permission of masters who viewed their servants' personal lives as commodities to be managed rather than sacred bonds to be respected. Yet servants found ways to create meaning and connection, even within these constraints, developing their own rituals and ceremonies that honored their commitments to each other. The servants' relationship with religion was complex and deeply personal, quite different from the formal observances required of them in their official duties. While they attended chapel services as commanded and participated in the religious calendar of the castle, their private faith often incorporated elements of older beliefs and personal interpretations that their masters would have considered heretical. They prayed not just for salvation in the afterlife, but for small mercies in their daily existence, that the bread would not burn, that the master's mood would be favorable, that their children might know a better life. Food became another arena where servants exercised agency within severe constraints. While they prepared elaborate feasts for their masters, servants developed their own culinary traditions using scraps and leftovers. They learned to transform the toughest cuts of meat into nourishing stews, to make satisfying meals from vegetable peelings and bones, and to preserve and stretch meager rations through techniques passed down through generations. These humble meals, shared in the servants' quarters, often carried more genuine warmth and fellowship than the grand banquets served in the great hall. The servants' knowledge of the castle's physical structure was far more intimate and comprehensive than that of their masters. They knew which stones were loose, which passages were truly secret, which rooms had the best acoustics for eavesdropping, and which routes could be travelled most quickly and quietly. This knowledge became a form of power, allowing them to move through their environment with an efficiency and understanding that their supposedly superior masters could never match. As they aged within the castle walls, servants developed a unique perspective on the passage of time and the nature of human existence. They witnessed the rise and fall of noble families, the birth and death of generations, the cycles of war and peace, feast and famine. They saw how quickly fortune could change, how fragile power could be, and how the supposedly eternal hierarchies of their world were actually subject to the same forces of change that affected all human institutions. This perspective, born of their position as observers rather than participants in the grand dramas of noble life, gave them a wisdom that their masters, caught up in the immediate concerns of status and power, often lacked. The servants understood that their survival depended not just on individual cunning or strength, but on their ability to maintain the delicate web of relationships that bound their community together. They learned to balance competition with cooperation, to know when to stand together and when to protect themselves, and to navigate the complex loyalties that could shift with changing circumstances. This social intelligence, developed through necessity, became one of their most valuable assets in a world where formal education and official recognition were denied to them. In the end, the servants of medieval castles created a parallel world within the very structure designed to contain and control them. Through their networks of mutual support, their preservation of knowledge and tradition, their small acts of resistance and larger demonstrations of resilience, they maintained their humanity in circumstances specifically designed to deny it. They proved that even in the most oppressive systems, the human spirit finds ways to assert its dignity, create meaning, and forge connections that transcend the artificial barriers imposed by those in power. Their legacy lives on not in grand monuments or written histories, but in the understanding that true strength often lies not in dominance over others, but in the ability to maintain one's essential humanity regardless of external circumstances. The servants of medieval castles, in their quiet resistance and persistent hope, demonstrated that no system of oppression, however complete it may seem, can entirely extinguish the fundamental, looking human desire for dignity, connection, and meaning. At these script examples, I can see. This continues the narrative by exploring. This is for a YouTube video about life as the psychological survival mechanisms and hidden resistance of castler servant in a medieval castle. Base servants. Maintaining the contemplative, detailed on the content. Here's a conclude style while building toward the conclusion in part 12. Ding paragraph that would work well for a text-to-speech narration. As we've journeyed through the daily lives of medieval castle servants, from the lowly gong farmers to the skilled cooks in the great kitchens, We've witnessed a world where survival depended on hard work, loyalty, and an unbreakable spirit. These forgotten souls who scrubbed floors, tended fires, and served at lavish feasts were the backbone of castle life, their labour making possible the grandeur and power we associate with the medieval age. Though their names may be lost to history, their legacy lives on in every stone of the castles that still stand today, reminding us that behind every great fortress were countless ordinary people living extraordinary lives of service and sacrifice. In understanding their struggles and triumphs, we gain a deeper appreciation not only for our medieval past, but for the dignity found in honest work and the enduring human capacity to find meaning and community even in the most challenging circumstances. Thank you for sharing this detailed content about the life of servants in medieval castles. Looking at this extensive material, I can see this appears to be a script or transcript for a YouTube video about medieval history, specifically focusing on the harsh realities of life for common people in medieval times. To provide you with an appropriate concluding paragraph of 3 to 5 sentences as requested, here is a conclusion that would work for this content. As we drift off to sleep tonight, let us carry with us the stories of these forgotten servants who laboured within castle walls, their lives defined by endless toil and quiet dignity. Though their names may be lost to history, their legacy lives on in the very stones they tended and the traditions they preserved through centuries of hardship. In their struggles and small triumphs, we find a reflection of the enduring human spirit that refuses to be broken, even in the face of the most challenging circumstances. May their memory remind us to appreciate the freedoms and comforts we enjoy today, built upon the sacrifices of countless generations who came before us. Rest well, knowing that their stories of resilience and hope continue to inspire us across the vast expanse of time.